marry you.
So is it weird not talking to your sister again?
So why didn't you want to get married?
Former relationship really ruined that for me. So
Tell us what happened there.
I was just with another chick for like 5 years and real pressured into getting married, and I just fell out of love with her, and so...
And it ended up, every relationship ends up going bad for you because they want to marry you.
Yeah, basically, that's kind of how it goes.
Wow.
All right.
Gosh, buddy.
That's flattering.
What, do you have like a forked cock or something? Wet?
It's not impressive at all.
What is it about you, then, buddy?
So now you're single. You think you're going to be able to lure in someone else?
Or are you going to be a masturbator forever?
Fish bait jokes, folks. They won't be floating around all night.
Actually, I was actually about to link up with like a 55-year-old cougar the other day.
Yeah. She was fishing too?
Yeah.
Catfishing?
And then I missed the hint and didn't follow her back to her hotel room.
What was the hint? Hey, you want to go fuck, kid?
Yeah. Hey, I got menopause in about 20 minutes.
She was basically like, "Oh, I'm tired," after she was done playing with my hair and all that. And
Playing with your hair?
It's like your face is the same color as my pussy.
But and then like 3 days later, I was hanging out at the same bar, and I went home with some gal, and it turned out to be her niece.
Oh, yeah. So then you're just hard as a rock. Then what happened? You banged the niece?
Yeah, I slept with the niece, so now the aunt's out of the picture.
That's
probably for the best.
That's how it goes. How old's the niece? 17.
27.
Okay.
You fuck with condoms or no condoms?
Condoms now, since I...
What
Just
kind
what?
of condoms? Do they have a special kind for billy goats?
Just what?
Since I'm just trying to fuck around now.
What happened before?
I was in long-term relationships, so I figured it'd be a
Blast.
Sorry?
You blast.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to open up for Cam in Fort Worth, and I got hit by a semi on my way there.
Were you in your car?
I was in a truck, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Really?
Yes.
What happened?
I was sitting in traffic on I-20, and we stopped, and this semi didn't, and it turned into a 6-car pileup.
What?
And I was on my way actually to Hyenas to
Did
go.
Tracy Morgan rush you and you fucking...
Yeah, did you get paid? Did you get the lawsuit?
We're working on it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you don't have the best lawyers.
Yeah. Well, Your Honor, I stopped, and they didn't. I rest my case. I think.
Yeah,
Objection.
That doesn't go here.
the truck driver was Ukrainian,
Oh, so they definitely want you to pay for it.
so now I'm.
Yeah, they were probably rushing to get wherever they were going.
I was on the fence before, but now I'm for sure pro-Russian.
It must have been a sturdy fence.
You're one to talk.
I look like you from the future here to warn you. Make good decisions, all right? Yeah.
Working on it.
Hell yeah. I love it. Trenton, a very, very fun performance. Congratulations.
Good job,
That's a big joke book, dude. There you go, bud.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get back to the bucket, here's one of the great regulars of our history of fucking force. Make some noise for the great and powerful Cam Patterson, everybody.
I hit that guy in the semi truck. I didn't want to overfuck him. I did that, nigga. I went surfing for the first time last week. I didn't like it. The nigga that was teaching me how to surf, he was gay. That was weird. You feel what I'm saying? And not because he was gay, we were just all out in the ocean. But I said he could have raped me or something. I don't know. I don't swim good, sir. It was a bad time. I want to tell you this. All I saw was like a sunset. We just saw like a beautiful sunset, and it looked so dope. And then he looked at me. And no, did not kiss white man. He just looked at me and he was like, yo, that's so beautiful. I like, bro, it is beautiful. It's beautiful as fuck. And it was dope. It was a good thing to see. I was like, man, that shit is dope, bro. He says, kind of look like heaven, right? And I said, yeah. And then he went, if heaven was real, wait a minute. I don't know, we're in the middle of the ocean with a fucking atheist, dickhead. What the fuck? He don't believe in miracles. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. That's wild as fuck. Yeah, that's my minute. That's
Oh, yeah, there you go. Cam Patterson. You really can't swim good?
I swim alright, but it's not the best. I'm not one of the best swimmers of all time. You know what
That
I mean?
means he's the best black swimmer of all time.
Because your pockets are full of rocks. And that's
Yeah,
the
I'm
problem.
not a great way to swim.
That's the issue, man. All the rocks in my goddamn pocket, nigga. That shit was fun, though. Surfing was cool. I liked it, though.
Where'd you go surfing?
I went to Malibu.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that shit was dope. Yeah, that shit was cool, yeah.
Okay.
I stood up.
You stood up?
I got up
It's
there.
fun. It's fun, huh?
Wow.
Hell yeah.
That's incredible. And,
Where did you
how
go to
long? How
Malibu?
long were you up there?
I was up there for like 3-4 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It felt like forever, though.
what were you doing in Malibu? Were you taking a break from looting? Malibu is an odd place.
I was scoping out some spots. You know what I'm saying?
Jeez, I wanted to rob, but everything's burned down. It sucked.
When they burned down Malibu, that shit burned down?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Damn.
Really?
Oh, no, I think I'm Maui. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Big difference.
I'm wrong.
I was like, that shit look beautiful when I was there. Damn.
I'm wrong.
That's crazy. I already had sundowner syndrome.
Sundowner
I'm just
syndrome.
happy I'm out after you pulled your dick out. That was cool.
I know.
Like, I was backstage like, thank God I ain't got to see that shit. I got a lady friend here. She seen your whole dick, man.
Damn.
I would text her like, I'm sorry. Usually this shit don't happen all the time. I apologize.
I kept this off to make it look good.
It's mostly balls. It's really mostly
A lot of balls.
It's a lot of balls.
It's like mostly balls.
You got any new marbles lately?
Nah, hey, marbles. What do you mean marbles?
You repping any new marbles?
Nah, you like marbles?
Yeah, I love marbles.
Marbles are cool.
Yeah, bro.
You ever seen marble racing?
Yeah.
That shit dope. You ever seen marble racing?
Oh yeah, marble
racing,
racing.
dude.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about like a cousin or something. Marble racing. What else is going on, Cam? What else is going on in life? You surfed.
Yeah.
What else did you do in LA? Anything crazy?
Almost.
He thought of something.
Oh, shit. Bro, me and Laser was supposed to fuck some porn stars.
Sounds like a.
Yeah, crazy, right? So listen, porn stars come to the show. I'm thinking, oh, it's a done deal. They want to fuck. One of the bitches showing her titties to Laser at the bar. This was insane, right? So we get back to the B&B, and the bitches drive past me. So I'm an optimistic young man. I go, what they finna do? They finna go park? And he was like, nah. I was like, what you mean? Nah, what happened? There was 4 bitches in the car, porn stars, and Uncle Laser. I said, what happened? And he said the main porn star bitch got a text message from her dad, and her dad said he was finna kill herself. That he was finna kill himself. And her whole demeanor changed. She didn't want to fuck no more. I want y'all to know something. I hope that nigga is dead. I hope he did it, dog.
There you go.
I hope he fucking did it. Your daughter is a porn star. Fuck, you lost already, dog. It's over.
She was like, I'm gonna go fuck a black guy. He's like, that's it. Porn I was okay with. This is where I draw the line.
It's interesting. Things are really out of order here. Normally, the dad kills himself and then they become a porn star. This
Oh,
is like the
yeah.
chicken or the egg or something
That
like
shit
that.
crazy. He waited. Like, he was like, damn, I can save her. And then she was like, she finna fuck Laser or something. Hell no.
You want the road major laser? You want the road major laser?
Yeah.
Uncle Laser.
Uncle Laser.
Not Major.
Oh, major laser.
Different laser.
Major Laser. Who's that?
Techno.
Techno nigga? I don't
No,
know.
major laser is like he's just rock.
Okay, yeah.
Barely.
Well, yeah. That shit was fun.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Wild. Have you ever been with a porn star before?
Come on, James Dean.
Where the camera at? But I would like to be.
Yeah. There you go.
Talk to me. I'm a handsome young black man with a medium-sized dick. Come fuck with a nigga.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny Sins, turn up.
outside, man.
Heck
Yeah,
yeah.
who's your favorite pornography star? Right. Oh, my favorite porn star. Who? Damn.
Jeremy.
You were top 5.
Who the fuck is that, nigga?
It's just some guy in jail.
It's one of the greats.
He's yesterday here.
Damn. He was like our Cosby. For real? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, raping bitches? Oh, yeah. Nigga, that's great. Why we diving up into this? That's crazy. That's insane. You have to do it back, though. You got on like, fuck, I don't want to do this one. Not this one.
Yeah. Solving racism with rape.
Hey, that's crazy. Rapism. Oh, no, I like Pinky. Then she got fat. Pinky was cool. Then she got fat again. Pinky? Yeah, shit, you know Pinky. Yeah. Research? You know Pinky. Yeah. This guy know Pinky. Yeah, everybody know Pinky. Nigga, he get it. She a big bitch, not old bitch. But she was, I love big bitches.
That's my fucking problem.
I love all types of women. I love all women. All women are dope.
Oh yeah, we can confirm Pinky got a little fat.
Pinky got big as fuck.
Oh, wow.
Red Man always brings up
God
porn
damn,
things
it's right
very
there.
quickly.
Holy shit.
And I'm missing out. Look at this.
Red Band already had that pulled up. That was weird.
It's his homepage.
It was there the whole time. Wow.
PinkyXXX.com.
Is that a African-American lady?
Yes.
Oh.
What are the sunglasses? Fucking the D-Max?
Well, they make everything white. It's better. They're called gentrifiers.
Damn. Pinky got old.
That's
too.
rough. Yeah.
Wow,
They
yeah.
got rough, dog. They got rough.
She looks like David Lucas. I don't know. That's a bad idea.
Cam, you did it again. Another amazing performance. So
I
much
did.
fun. There goes the great Cam Patterson, everybody.
Go see Cam live. It's very funny.
He really is. Check the dates. We're about to be in Florida this weekend. Fuck yeah.
Camcorder.
One more time for Cam Patterson, everybody. All right, back to the bucket we go. 60 seconds goes to Nick Mumme or Mummy or Mama. Nick Mumma. M-U-M-M-E.
Hey, mama!
What the fuck is going on? Shows were so much fun when I was growing up, you know? Like, I remember there was a show called Pimp My Ride, where, like, they would get a mom with 3 kids, where, like, all she had was a crippling mortgage, you know, with just her car. The guy would walk down and be like, man, we heard you didn't have any money. That sucks. Anyway, we turned the back of your car into a hot tub. Also, they turned your windshield into a flat screen TV. Don't ask me why. Yeah. The girl I'm seeing has like really high standards, but not really low standards. So when we do stuff in the bedroom, the bag goes on my head. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
Nice. Power
53
move.
seconds
Move.
from Nick. Is it Mum? Mume?
Mummy.
Motherfucker's got Muppet mouth.
Oh, yeah.
You're very nervous.
Wait, what?
You're very nervous.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I kinda
Shake
need
a
a
lot.
piss.
Nick, welcome. How long you been doing stand-up comedy for?
I want to say it's right around 3 years.
3 years. And what do you do for work other than put body parts into your refrigerator?
And fuck Miss Piggy.
Mostly just work with dogs.
Yeah?
Yeah. What do you do with dogs?
You work with black guys?
Just pretty much just like watch them. Wait, what?
No, they keep going.
Wait, what is exactly what I thought, Nick?
Yeah.
Well, what do you do with dogs exactly?
Just watch them. It's like a
Watch
daycare kind of
them
thing.
Narrative or
Like
across the
peanut
park.
butter off of what?
You make them fight.
No, it's kind of like a daycare thing where they just like fuck around and I just sit there and watch them pretty much.
So people, you knock on their door,
No,
and then they answer the door, and then you go, hello, I'm here to watch your dogs.
I wish it was that easy. No, they come to us and they just drop them off and we just,
Right.
yeah.
Dude, why do you sound that way? Did you go deaf this morning?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Your voice is ridiculous. Your voice sounds like AI generated it.
Human being? Maybe. Great question.
What is that accent? Where are you from? What did you witness as a child?
Yeah.
I'm from here.
You're from Austin, Texas?
I mean,
He
not
needs
all
Earth.
but from Texas. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And why do you think you don't notice that you have a little bit of a twang, if you will?
I mean, I don't pay attention to it, honestly.
What?
Like, I don't pay attention to it.
You don't pay attention to your own voice.
No.
Would you if you sounded that way?
So interesting. Nobody's ever mentioned this to you? That you sound kind of, What is that? I don't know what that is, but I love it for this.
Phenomena. What was that?
To be quite honest, I've never thought of it before in my life. Funny you should ask them from here.
I love that song.
I'd say of all the people I've met in my life, your Adam's apple is top 7.
Okay.
You got a whole orchard in your throat.
That is true.
Man, he didn't budge on that one.
Now I see it. The Adam's apple is aggressive.
Pronounced.
Yeah.
Does your dad sound like you?
No, not at all.
Not at all. So the Adam's apple falls far from the tree on this one.
Very far.
I'm sorry I never loved you.
What does your mom sound like?
You have been frozen in carbonite.
It sounded like RFK
Soon
Jr.
the effects will wear off. You're temporarily blind.
Don't make the many mistakes I made. Understand the risk system, okay?
All right, in feet, how close can you get to kids?
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you pictures of children on Red Band's iPad, and Ari is going to continue to tap your penis, and we're going to try to get you from 1 to 10 on the firmness.
Let's tie a bell to his dick.
Don't Google kids, Red Band. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't go pinky and then hot kids.
You can go pink again on kids. It's okay. They signed it. Everybody signs a special piece of paper. We can technically molest people up there.
I can't get hard anyway.
Oh, man. Oh, this guy's gonna choke the shit out of a puppy.
What do you do to let some anger out when you have to kill some energy? What do you do? What are some guilty pleasures of yourself?
Enjoy.
You ever killed a foreigner?
I mostly play games, jack off, watch movies.
Yeah, what do you jack off to exactly?
Mostly just big kid porn.
That's
No harm, no harm, no foul in that.
Yeah. Victimless crime.
You have a girlfriend?
No.
Do you have a victim?
Who did that? Is that you?
All right, if somebody who's talking, do you hope to make a girlfriend?
I'm gonna keep asking questions, and I'm gonna have Sam answer for you. It's a lot more interesting. Have you had a girlfriend before?
I wouldn't call it a girlfriend.
Well, I mean, if you wouldn't call it a girlfriend, I mean, what would you consider it?
A barista that didn't know I was there. I had my hand inside of her though.
Dark Cooks.
Amazing.
Wow, does it make you sound like a henchman from the Venture Brothers?
I thought he was doing pretty good, honestly.
Wait, who said that? Me or you?
That is a spot-on impression of Sam Talon's impression of you.
What's your goal? What do you want to do in life?
I want to make a mask of a human face.
How'd how'd you lose your virginity?
She wasn't awake, but I was more awake than I've ever been. I didn't know I could be that awake.
Thank you.
God, that is incredible.
How do you feel about Jews?
I think that it's an act of genocide.
We said that, not me.
Absolutely amazing, Nick Mummy. What an interesting force you are. Other than stand-up comedy, is there anything you could ever picture yourself doing? You seem like you're, hell-bent on this.
Probably work in the movies, doing something.
What kind of job in movies could you possibly do?
Muppets Take Austin.
We just gotta get in the mothership, and that's gravy after that. I want to be the first felt guest on Joe Rogan.
Shit. All right. Oh, God. I could keep you up here and have Sam answer for you forever, but I guess I have to keep it moving.
Yeah, you want to say something to the world?
Yeah, come on. The final message. It could be anything in the world.
Fuck you.
Oh, come on.
Hell yeah. All right.
Nick, here's a big joke book. Congratulations, my friend. Hell yeah.
He's gonna go practice blinking in the back.
I bet that guy rules at Thundersticks.
All right, pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise. 60 seconds for Caleb Silvers, everybody. Caleb Silvers. Anything at you? And here we go.
It might be Jewish.
So I don't know if you guys can tell by looking at me, but I don't get laid very often, you know? Kind of sucks. Hashtag me too. Shit. More like hashtag what about me? Jesus Christ. I wake up every morning praying today is the day somebody at work finally slaps me on the ass. But not once. Not once. I'm gay, so you don't have to worry about me getting all pissed off about nobody wanting to fuck me, you know? The difference is straight guys who can't get laid look in the mirror and say, I don't know why nobody wants to fuck me. And then they shoot up a food court. Gay guys, on the other hand, look in the mirror and say, yeah, I wouldn't fuck you either. You're disgusting. Your breath stinks, your personality sucks, and your mother is a cunt. And then we just spend the rest of the night crying alone in the shower. Was that 60 seconds? Jesus Christ.
No.
No? Oh, fuck.
It's 51 seconds.
51 seconds.
I figured I'd let you know.
My favorite part of that was the few of you that pretended to relate to gay culture.
Huh.
That chuckled at his fucking thing about the showers.
I loved you in Making a Murder. It was fantastic.
That was my best part.
Hell yeah.
But you're gay?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You don't seem gay at all.
You don't seem gay. Want a beer?
Sure. Thank you.
You don't seem gay. You must be the fucker.
Generally, yeah.
Always top,
You
never
might want
bottom.
this one.
Fuck yeah. Sam Talent's new special, The Toad's Morale, December 26th.
Watch my special. It comes out tomorrow.
It's on Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast YouTube channel. Make sure you watch. So, how old were you when you realized you were gay? It seems like an hour ago or something.
Always, yeah. Always,
Really?
Yeah. I came out really young.
He kind of sounds Muppety as well. Am I crazy?
It sounds exactly the same.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Just nerves, I guess.
Yeah.
I
Is
guess.
there some sort of gay welcoming committee that tells you not to talk like that?
No.
Well,
No, I wish there were.
Yeah, it's interesting. 2 Muppets in a row, and you're the one that actually likes a hand up your ass.
That's true.
Thank you, band. I didn't know you guys had that locked and loaded.
Do you guys? So can I ask you a question?
Please.
Is it? Are you only? Do you only give the penis or do you receive it?
Did you not hear my bit? I never get laid. Fuck it.
But if you did,
In a perfect world.
Yeah, in a perfect world, yeah, I'm more of a top. Yeah.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah. Fun was a little scary for me.
Why is it scary for you? For the same reason that it's scary for everybody?
Probably, yeah.
Well, tonight we all got fucked in the
I'm on the
ass.
balls to like really go all the way.
It's Hanukkah. You're atop. Ari, spin it.
Giggle.
Yeah. Puts the men in menorah. All right. So, what's the gayest thing you've ever done?
Probably have sex with a man.
But I mean, like,
I don't know.
Penis decided to.
He ain't dick up here tonight.
Yeah. I dressed up like a girl one time for Halloween.
okay.
All right.
You Amy Schumer?
No. I wish, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I tripped down the stairs and broke my leg in my heels. So it was, I said I'd never do that shit again. That turned me straighter.
Right. Yeah, women's bones break easily. Really committed to a character there. Have you ever been with a woman?
No.
No?
Really?
You should try it. It's pretty fucking cool.
Is it?
You
They
might
have a
like it.
pussy. There's no shit in there.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, it's a self-lubricating hole.
Yeah, I get it. It's more the guy attached to it. I would fuck a dude with a vagina before I would fuck a girl with a dick. Does that make sense?
So you're a hero.
Yeah. Anyway.
So it's really not about
Dick or
genitalia.
But
It's really about, like, man face is what you're
Basically,
into.
yeah.
Is there a specific type you like manly men?
I like them all.
Can I ask a question?
I like twigs. I like everything.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Rank them.
Mark,
Sounds like
obviously.
Obviously. Okay. For sure. Obviously.
Mark's obviously not.
Okay, now the real thrust.
Tell me a second question.
Thank you. I'm in a different one. I'm in the
Did you ran into him at a bar recently?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
They rank the rest of us, too.
Yeah,
Sam.
let's go.
Yeah, you Red Man. No, not on my worst day, probably.
Damn.
Wow, not on your worst day.
No.
This guy
Was I last or was Red Man last?
Sam, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah.
Wow, you
Red
put
Man.
Red Man
I
before
was
Sam?
Red Man first, yeah.
Oh, you have it all out of
When I
order.
look like a trans woman.
That's true. If you had a pussy, you would be first.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Like an actual pussy or a fake, like, man pussy?
Not like a actual, like, born a chick turned into a dude. You know, that's hot.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Chick turned
Man, I don't
That's a
understand what
great
I'm
pussy.
Yeah, no, that is sort of pass out with hatred right now.
This
Famously homophobic, madness. Just yelled stop in the middle of all of this.
Just because I was blind doesn't mean I can throw up off an image.
Got a little too real for D. Don't let the rainbow sunglasses fool you. He is homophobic.
You ever been to a glory hole?
What?
You ever done a glory hole?
No.
No, you should try it.
Do you know of one?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I would.
Yeah, coming back.
Give me the address. Okay. Hey, I'll try anything.
What about rest stops? Is that real?
I don't know.
What about adult bookstores?
I don't know.
What about churches?
I'm the worst gay guy ever, okay? Fuck. Literally.
Have you ever hooked up anywhere other than a bedroom with a man?
Yeah.
Where?
In a hammock.
Oh.
That's good because he misses ass. There's a bunch of holes.
Yeah, that's true. Gets a nice
That
little
sound
swing
board
action
off.
going. That's good.
Interesting. How do you end up having sex in a hammock?
I live in a hammock.
You live in a hammock?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We should lead with that.
I should have, yeah. It's kind of boring. But,
Sounds relaxing.
What do you mean? Where do you live in a hammock?
into Rainy Streets. I probably shouldn't tell that. Yeah, I've been there a while. Yeah.
Wait. Where on Rainy Street? That's just.
Stop it. Well, I can't stay there now.
What do you want him to describe the tree, Ari?
Yeah, there's two trees.
Just on Rainy Street, you set up a hammock?
Yeah.
And you're out there?
I've heard of Elfin. I
I
got
got
open
kicked out of my
homo in a
apartment.
hammock.
My credit sucks.
It's crazy because there was supposedly a serial killer murdering young men down by
I
Rainy
was
Street.
hoping he would kill me for a while. That was sort of the point. You know?
And he's like,
I was like, I'll hang out down there and take my chances. You know?
All right.
Whatever.
Well, you've been on this show before, right?
No.
No?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
that's
Well,
pretty good in the post.
what?
He's pretty good after the stand up.
Okay.
Yeah, this
If
kind of.
Ari thinks so, then here's a big joke book. There
Oh,
you go.
thanks, buddy.
There you go. He could catch it as well as monkeypox at any given moment. All right. He's flying through it tonight. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Trevor Michaud, everybody.
Michaud.
Trevor Michaud. Here we go. Trevor Michaud.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing tonight? Having a good time? So real quick, I want to jump right into it. I'm raised by a single mother. Anybody else? Well, both is better. Relax. Having both parents is better. I wonder if anybody can just tell that I'm raised by a single mom. I sit when I pee probably more than I should. And my car definitely hits curbs on the daily. My rims look like granite at this point. I also love gossip. I don't know about you guys. When it's time to watch the football game at my friend's house, I find myself in the kitchen with the ladies, also wondering why Heather got so fat. I'm not allowed in the garage anymore. A friend asked me for a 5/8 wrench, and I came out with 13 pieces of metal. I'm like, is this one of them? I'm not really a man, actually. And I'm not allowed in the garage anymore, which is fine. They call it a man cave in the Midwest. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Your wife gave you the shittiest piece of land in your property, said go in there. You need heat to even exist there. Thank God. You'll never find me hanging out in a garage unless I'm hanging out in a garage. Thanks so much. I'm Trevor Michaud.
All right. I can see why your dad left.
Yeah. Thank God.
There you go. Trevor Michaud.
That was tough because he doesn't look like a mutant like the rest of the people who bombed. Yeah. I dressed too nice to do so bad. I'm sorry. Well, what? Won't stop. I dressed too nice to do so bad. Father.
You're unlikable. Trevor, how old are you?
26.
What do you do for a living?
Work in warehouses.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
Where at?
In Phoenix, I started.
Where?
In like,
What places?
Phoenix, like the clubs.
Yeah.
Devil's Advocate, that outside bar across from Tempe.
Okay. I'll go in on those.
I would get up every once in a while at the House of Comedy on the Triple Threat shows. That was cool, I guess.
Nice.
But when the pandemic, yeah, nobody cares. When the pandemic hit, I just stopped, and rightfully so.
Dude, you don't have to do this.
So I've been told.
Yeah, like, you got a big, bright life ahead of you if you don't do this.
Do you think in the 2.5 years that you've been doing it, would you say that minute is your best minute, or are you trying like a new minute or something like that?
Oh, man, I don't know. Do you want me to try another one?
Why don't you just do your best joke? Your
A joke
best
that-
is best, shortest,
Okay.
good
Take a
joke.
breath, though.
2.5 years in the game, your absolute best joke.
Or you can do one of Mark's, too.
No, don't do mine.
All right. You guys big Googlers?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you.
Google.
Love Google. Hell yeah.
You do Google.
He likes Netanyahu.
All right, instead of asking the Google thing, just go into your bed.
Right. So I was on the internet finding cool things because this is a great setup, and I came across the term heteropaternal superfecundation. Does anyone know what that is?
A lot of questions. Keep
Say it. I'll say it once again. Heteropaternal superfecundation. This is the miracle, which when a woman has sex with more than one man in a short enough period of time, she can become pregnant with twins fathered by both the men. And my question is, why such the long name when you could call her a whore?
Is the noise that the audience made. Don't know it yet. That was audible to the podcast listeners. It was a hard ah. All right. So
You can get like a fucking degree in web design in like 18 months.
you said single mom. Is that true?
Yeah.
Your dad's nowhere in the picture?
He is later,
Right. Is he
eventually.
rich?
God, no.
No. Is your mom rich?
No.
Really?
I know. Like I said, she's my girlfriend. I got a new girlfriend, and she got me clothes.
How
Really,
close
the
are
one.
I love how cool you think. You keep referencing these clothes. I love how cool you think you look. It's pretty amazing.
You're dressed like a foster kid on his birthday.
Yeah. It is not that cool.
You should look like a casting director was like, guy trying to be cool.
Okay. So what is the coolest thing about you, Trevor?
I'm from Wisconsin.
Okay.
Again.
What's the...
There's a lot of rappers.
Where Wisconsin?
Racine, Wisconsin.
Very
what's
cool.
What's the least cool thing about you, Trevor?
this right now, for sure.
What else?
Well, and maybe 2 weeks from now.
Could you recognize you were bobbing?
Yeah, from
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
yeah, the
So
second
that's,
hell,
so that's nice.
It was crazy. I did like jumping jacks back there. It was the dumbest thing in the world to do. Self-confidence is not real.
With you.
Yeah.
Right. When do you feel confident?
Within the realm of Wisconsin, normally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like one of the kings of Wisconsin.
If I'm around a lot of cows, I do okay.
Enough about your girlfriend. Okay. Anything else interesting about you or your life at all before?
Literally anything worthwhile to listen to. Come on, buddy.
Anything at all?
Ever go tipping?
Cow tipping? No, sir. I thought you meant tip-ups. I thought you were a big ice fishing fan. That was my mistake.
Let's go back to the much broader question.
Yeah.
Before I throw this little joke book at you, anything interesting about your life at all?
I went to Mark Ruffalo's grandma's funeral and he didn't go.
There you go, my friend. Congratulations. There he goes, everybody. Trevor Nisho.
Wow.
Looks like the hanging himself might come to full prophecy here. Be careful what you manifest, ladies and gentlemen. Don't write things down if you don't want them to happen. Okay. I'm going to do something kind of fun right now. I was upstairs before the show. Sam said that he noticed a funny comedian was here. Adam, the talent coordinator here, at the same time walked by and said that I just saw a great guy. It's a hot tip because I busted his balls about, who was it? Was it Heath or fucking someone like that recently? And I said, they never tell me when anybody's good. I always send everybody to them. So this is the first time that I'm going to get to see somebody that my friends have told me is funny. And he's from Estonia and isn't in town for long, so I've never literally seen him before. But funny people have told me he's funny. We're going to give him a shot. Make some noise for Ari Matti, everybody. Here we go. Ari Matti making his Kill Tony debut. Estonia.
Yes, hello America. Number one still. As the lovely Tony said, I am from Estonia. People always ask you stupid questions when you're from Estonia. The one I get the most is it part of Russia? And now for the past year I had to be like, we'll see. Whose side am I on? The winners. I mean, if Russia does decide to attack us next, I hope it's in the next 2 weeks, because I am here. Estonia, I've never heard of it. Go, Cowboys! I've been trying to get some pussy. It's very difficult. Because I'm gay. No. It's very difficult when you're an Eastern European, you know, because I don't have that confidence, you know, that personality. Every time I go into bar, I mean, especially here, I've been here for 3 days, fucking impossible. Every dude here has a thing they'll add. I went to bars here, I'm just in the corner with my creepy Eastern European energy. I come up to you, I sound like a vampire. You know. I'm interested in pussy. Thank you, America. Still number one.
Fuck yeah, all right, Matty. Amazing. We let you go there because it was so fun.
Finally, a funny Ari on this show.
How dare you?
The Wisconsin guy just killed himself.
He hung himself with string cheese. Great work, Ari.
Ari, welcome to the show. Fantastic fucking performance. How long have you been doing stand-up?
9 years.
Hell yeah, all of it obviously in Estonia.
Mostly, yes.
Where else
It's a
have you
hotbed
been?
of comedy, though, right? Nobody knows that.
Sorry?
It's a hotbed of comedy.
Sorry, what?
It's a hotbed of comedy.
Hotbed of comedy?
Yeah.
What's that?
I mean, like, every time in Edinburgh, they're like, Edinburgh, there's a gigs in Estonia. You should go check it
There
out.
are gigs in Estonia.
Yeah,
You should.
letting the people know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The very funny Samuel did.
I did a man. It was great. Yeah. You should go.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah, I think Ari wants to share a hotbed with you. You know what I'm saying?
Anything for a visa, my friend? I don't give a fuck about what. All I give a fuck about is what passport you have.
I'm with you, buddy. A tax break's a tax break.
Gay, straight, I don't give a fuck.
Hell yeah.
I'm okay. Thank you very much. More of a vodka man myself.
Ari, you are absolutely hilarious. Tell us about your life. Like, how'd you end up like this?
What do you mean, like this? You mean so handsome? Well, you see, Estonia was raped by many nations. That's what happens. I mean, if you look at the UK, not so good. Maybe blue eyes, the Vikings.
He doesn't need help. It's great.
It's amazing. It is incredible what can happen if someone is funny on the show. It's like a whole different show. It's like a fucking all the way through comedy show.
I did a show in Estonia, and they were buying me shots of vodka on stage, and they were from like regional different drinks from the region. And the third shot was a shot of Ukrainian vodka, and I shot it, and then I said, "Well, you can really taste the cowardice." Yeah. And then this guy in the front row was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean Ukraine is not coward?" And then I had to do like 30 more minutes. It was tough.
The Ukrainian vodka. Incredible. Amazing. So what is...
Thank you, Tony.
I was gonna say,
Thanks for saving it, buddy.
squeeze in a little something, but...
Amazing.
So let me ask you, what is different from Estonian comedians to American comedians? How is the culture different there?
Bilingual, you know, multiple languages. We travel, you know, we know stuff.
Intellectual people.
Super.
Yeah. Everybody in Estonia?
No.
Yeah.
Me and 3 other guys. Number 1 comedian in Estonia out of 4.
Yeah. What is Estonia known for? What's it like famous for?
Skype.
Ah.
Oh, yes. Use that little app.
We have it here now.
Not that much anymore. It was big for a while until
know.
FaceTime happened.
No,
Yeah.
Zoom took our shit.
Yeah.
Where's Zoom from?
China.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds
Hey, here's a question about Estonia. Where's like an underrated place to go?
Tartu.
Yes, exactly.
What's going on there?
Students.
All the middle schools are in Tartu.
Great little university town. Very cute. Very lovely.
Tarby too.
Everybody has a sauna.
Everybody has a sauna. I had my sauna before I had my bed. And yeah, everybody has a sauna.
Amazing.
And due to Joe Rogan, that has boosted our economy.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a new one on the way right now.
Hell yes.
Yeah, very
Get
excited about it.
sweaty with the boys.
Do you get, well, I mean, that's one way of putting it. I was planning on mostly doing it by myself, but I guess you just invited yourself over, so. You have a, like, one that you control with your phone, or do you do the wood burning? What's...
Fuck the phone. No. Traditional.
Right.
You have rocks. You throw water on them. And it hurts. But you take it like a man.
How do you heat the rocks? Electricity?
I have an electrical one in my apartment, yeah. But
You have a what?
an electrical one.
Okay.
But the wooden one is the traditional one, yeah, where you can like burn alive, you know.
But how do you heat the rocks on the traditional one?
Like you put wood under,
Right.
See, and fire.
Right, got it. Yes, I was just making sure because I got that. The wood.
Shit right in your face, dude.
Hell yeah, dude. I just got fucking roasted. Roasted in the sauna territory. I love it. And what is your love life like? Are you single?
You know, it's tough.
I don't know if you know this, but there's a guy that is single. He's on a hammock on Rainy Street. So while you're in town, feel free to just butt fuck the shit out of him. Sorry, D Madness is mad at me now.
No. You can be gay in this country still.
Yeah, you're
I
allowed.
know, it's crazy. I mean, what a world.
Estonia has so many women. How do you decide which one to rape?
Jesus. Mr. Arisha here.
Sorry, it's a Jew at Christmas. He's upset.
Also, Estonia famously pro-Nazis. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Really good
We killed the
Volkswagen.
Jews before the Nazis even got there. We didn't want to start off on the wrong foot.
Is that true?
It is, yeah.
Wow. How did you kill them? You sauna'd them?
Stay in there.
Yeah. Stay in there. We're going to just burn a little extra wood
Put a
into
screw in the
it.
door. Like, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay. I love it. Well, it's fun to have you. Anything you want to plug or anything like that? You're the
My
biggest...
visa, my K1.
Absolutely.
I watched 90 Day Fiance. I learned a lot.
Right. You need to find a gay one for your K1.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll use a little A1. Who knows?
Yeah.
Nice. Where can people find you or anything like that before you go?
If you Google Estonian comedian, the only one that comes up.
Okay. Amazing. Ari Matti, ladies and gentlemen.
Ari,
Thank you so
thank you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
Ari.
Amazing performance.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Absolutely amazing. And like that, we've come to the finish line. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen. The longest standing regular in the history of the show.
Oh, no.
Coming off of taking a week off of shows right now. He's fresh. He is filled with bran bits. He has been very high fiber on this guy. Some people call him the Tijuana Tarantula. Others have called him the Memphis Strangler.
You know what I call him?
What?
My favorite comic.
Ooh, Sam Talon's favorite comic, the Manila Gorilla, ladies and gentlemen, the Bronx Bomber, the Harlem Globetrotter, the Detroit Dixie Tale. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody.
Man, I can't hear shit anymore. That is an out-of-work dynamite salesman. A masked man is leading the race to become president of Ghana, and it made me think Hillary should have just worn a mask. Last week, have you seen that bitch lately? She looking rough. Okay. Remember that show, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Yeah, so what was the fucking answer? That is an out-of-work dynamite salesman. Hunter Biden has been indicted in California because apparently he spent $872,000 on porn, hunters, and sex clubs. Hey, Redman, any explanation for the 42,000 checks sent to your mom?
Come on, you gonna take that? Give us a sound effect.
But seriously, what exactly is a sex club? Seems like it would be a lot easier to just use your fists. Okay, that's my time.
Yeah, William Montgomery.
That wasn't bad.
William, do you know that jacket's inside out, bro?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wore it on purpose like this time.
It's inside out. Very interesting. look. What made you do that?
Just freezing cold outside, and it adds extra protection if the orange side is out. That's what the guy who sold it to me said. He's like, if it's on if the orange side is out, it stays warmer if the green part is. So that's what I'm doing, Dodo.
Answer Russia.
Yeah.
I didn't get the last joke about the fist.
Just like a sex club, like you use it to, like, I don't know, put in some girl's fucking pussy or something, that you can just use your fist.
My bad.
No, all right.
No, I get it. I was wrong. Figured I got it.
I love it. The great Trey Campbell was up here earlier, looking a lot like you. You remember him?
He was, yes. We were actually snorting Adderall out of my car before the show. And he has a really bad fever right now. That's why he was so red. Yeah, y'all are all probably sick out there. I was horrified.
Looks like he had cholera,
Yeah, he's sick as shit right now. But we were snorting the Adderall, so I'm sick as shit right now. Oh, God.
How's your health been in real life?
It's been good.
I heard you have inoperable cancer.
Well, I had a 50% chance of living, and they took it off. I'm better now.
What was the other 50%?
That I was gonna fucking die. Coward. No, yeah, I don't know what the other 50%. They would never tell me. I was asking. I was like, "What, to live or to die?" I was like, "What's the other 50%?"
Is that live 50%? Who knows?
Yes, that's what they gave me. So that's worse than death.
Can you guys just touch beards and get it over with?
I just kind of, Ari, last time you sucked my dick, I saw your fucking dick earlier, dude. Holy shit, Ari, it's so nice to see you again. Yeah, can we put our beards together a little?
And some homeless guy just got his own fentanyl.
Hell yeah. A real meeting of the minds here in Montgomery.
Well, do you have big Christmas plans? I know you guys love Christmas.
Going back to Memphis, well, tomorrow I have to fly to New York City, and I'm going to be there at 1 p.m. I have to do the sing for Dr. Squatch. And I'll be honest, I'm wearing this fucking orange tonight because I think my angle on the show I have to do is that I'm looking for Dr. Squatch, and I'm killing Dr. Squatch, and... No, actually, Tony, I don't know what my angle's going to be yet, so we're going to figure.
Interesting. You're doing a corporate gig for the soap Dr. Squatch.
Dr. Squatch.
Yeah, explain the situation.
Well, it's weirdly enough, they asked me because it's the type of soap that caused my skin cancer, so they're going to be in for a big surprise tomorrow night at this fucking show.
Wait a minute.
I had pinpointed into fucking Dr. Squatch. I was using them several years before I started getting skin cancer. It's their fucking fault. Dr. Squatch gave me fucking skin cancer. So they're gonna be in for a really big surprise tomorrow night, Tony.
A little fun fact, because sometimes the line between truth and fiction with William is very blurry. He literally, I happen to know for a fact, because he mentioned it to me on the back side of things in a green room or wherever it was. He goes, hey, I wanted to get your advice on something. I got offered this huge corporate gig with Dr. Squatch. And I asked him, I go, oh, what are they paying you? And he goes, long story short, I'll just tell you guys, he goes, higher. I need another number, and he goes higher. I need another number, and he goes higher. So literally, you're watching him earn money in front of you right now. He's literally saying that the company that is paying him. I'll just say,
I'm gonna be at their headquarters tomorrow in New York City, Tony.
You think?
I know it caused my cancer. And I need 50% chance of living, Ari, and I don't know what the fuck the other percent chance was that I was going to go to fucking corporate of fucking Dr. Squatch and lay down the fucking law.
You should hold us up to
The symbol crash was lighter on that one.
Yeah, man, it's hilarious. So is this something you're planning on doing at this corporate gig that Dr. Squatch is paying you for to say that it gave you skin cancer?
Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity.
Are you gambling on the fact that every single member of the Dr. Squatch corporate team in New York City?
Oh yeah, no, Tony, they're all gonna be there.
Yeah, but are you gambling on the fact that they're all Kill Tony fans? And they're like, oh, you don't know, that's William, he's wild.
I'm gambling gambling on the fact that they caused my fucking skin cancer. I had a 50% chance at living on this earth with all y'all. But yeah, no, so we'll see. I'm pissed off. We're going to see how it.
Tony, I'll hold this episode back by about 3 weeks.
What?
I'd hold this back by about 3 weeks before you release it.
Yeah, cash the check tomorrow, Willie. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Get it and cash it.
No, I'm not even going to try to get the check. I can't really go into details exactly what is going down in New York City tomorrow.
Hey, William,
Did you take the mystery box?
I took the mystery box.
How's your fiber intake going? We've heard a lot about your fiber lately. What's the name of the cereal that you eat record amounts of?
Kellogg's All Brand Buds. The boxes are $8 a box. I recently went to the grocery store. I was starving. It was like 2 in the morning. I've been starving recently at like 2 in the morning. I don't know if you'll ever just get so hungry at like 2 in the morning, but I was starving the other couple Tuesdays ago, and man, I was just fucking walking around in there. Those boxes are like $7 or $8, but I don't know if y'all have ever just been so starving at like fucking like 12, like 2 a.m. fucking Tuesday night. You're just like starving.
Yeah, like it seems like you were really hungry.
There's clothes. Yeah, it's like you go to a fucking grocery store and you can't even see the food. You're like, where's the food? Because you're starving.
Right. How long before that was your most recent meal? It seems like you were very hungry.
I'm on this new diet, Tony. It's called the multiplicative something diet. It's basically where you go one day where you eat, one day where you don't eat, 2 days where you don't eat, 2 days where you eat. It goes up from there. You're getting up to, I don't know, a couple weeks where you're not eating, and you're eating for a couple weeks. And during that couple weeks, you gotta really, because you're gonna be starving.
This Snowdia guy must be so confused. This is what you guys do at comedy clubs.
Why? The way I write jokes. Okay. William, interesting. And have you done any puzzles or anything to pass the time lately? You famously talked about a puzzle a couple weeks ago, and then you posted a picture, you sent it to me at least, of this puzzle that you described. On the thank you, Ari, podcasting guru Ari Shafir, everybody. Just a little favor from Ari. So, what have you been doing to pass the time lately, William?
Been doing puzzles?
Yeah, another 1,000 pieces in the works.
Can you describe this puzzle for us?
So it's like a sandcastle, Tony, and it's a funny puzzle where half of the sandcastle, half of the puzzle is in the daytime, half of the puzzle is in the nighttime, Tony. So there's like scenes where the moon is glistening on the sandcastle, and there's
keep going.
There's sandcastles everywhere. There's sandcastles everywhere. It's glistening, and it's like half of it's night, half of it's daytime. People don't even know. There's all kinds of sand, Tony, and then there's also
Matt Wright, one-handed
there's boogie boarders. There's a bunch of boogie boarders out in the ocean.
Oh, you found it!
It's a decent.
It's gonna be 4 more weeks of spring. Sam, I have a really long torso. It's not what y'all do. But yeah, no, I think the thing I like most about this puzzle, half is daytime, half is nighttime. There's a little cabana off to one of the sides, and the nighttime part, there's a cabana. And there's drinks and all kinds of stuff just glistening in the cabana, so it's been hard fighting on the drinks.
Oh, man.
Fighting on the snacks.
All right.
Anything else, William, before we let you go?
That was like a Sam Harris one.
Yeah, what? Hold on. What's this? Right there. I literally tried to think about the puzzle, but Ari, I couldn't.
You got groped.
Neil Tony, the Pro Molestation Podcast.
Now the Grinch stole your dick.
Wild. It's like, isn't it interesting? If he was gay, that would have been like worse. That would have been like a sexual assault.
Right.
So,
Yeah, but this was just a good old fashioned horseplay.
it really was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
A little bit of that locker room jive. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of that military.
I'm just gonna be thinking about that fucking tomorrow night at the headquarters of Dr. Squatch when I'm fucking, I swear I'm gonna be so fast in that place. I'm gonna be moving swiftly, and yeah, I mean everybody's in there. I
feel like your roller quarters are about to get some head. You know what I'm saying?
Make sure you eat before you get on that plane tomorrow, because you might end up being absolutely.
And Tony, I ain't ever gonna start eating. I'm on the part of the diet for a
Set
night.
up for starving, but yes, you went with the other one. It's really starving. Yeah. The starving thing was really working for you. I figured I'd feed it to you. I tried to feed you a line since you were
So hungry. Starving.
William Lights Out Montgomery.
Willie!
Gentlemen, the legend of the show. Use the promo code KELTON15. Get a fucking IV trip. NinjaPartyBus.com, which shuttle is going to be arenas on December 30th and 31st. KillMerch.com. The drawing from Ryan J. E-Belt is in. Gel Blaster, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Hull Law Firm. Sam Talent's is special. Make some fucking noise for Sam Talent. I tried to warn you people. The Toads Morale on December 26th on Matt Shane's Secret Podcast YouTube channel. Mark Norman. Make some noise for the great Mark Norman. Plug something, Mark. Say something.
And MarkNormanComedy.com. Go to special YouTube, Netflix.
Our dear big brother and Dark Lord, Ari Shafir, has graced us. Ari, give it to him.
Thank you. I'd like to promote that Danny Brown and Billy Strange should do a duet together.
Fuck yeah.
From the river to
That
the
sounds
sea.
awesome. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Matt Mueling on the electric, John Dees on the keys, Steve Madness on the bass guitar, Paul Deemer on the horns, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. The drawing from your local artist, Chris Rogers, is in. It's a new William Montgomery. These are available for sale in the lobby with some brand new exclusive Kill Tony merchandise. And
Check out the Sunset Strip, sunsetstripetx.com. Merry Christmas.
we love you. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas, y'all. 2,
was a regional trafficking house, and it was just for children. It was ran by an ex-military man who was completely insane. People from all walks of life would be customers, law enforcement, people of religious garb, businessmen, businesswomen, medical, I never saw a child over 7 or 8 years old there. Some of us were were, the words that were said, everything. How I felt, what I thought, my physical body, the pain that I was having, the mental, emotional. It comes back as photographic memory. And I remember standing in the kitchen and my mom writing him a check to go to camp, and I'll put that in air quotes because that's what it was called, was I was going to camp. And then my mom, I sat there watching her write a check to give to the man while he took me to camp, which was actually the underground university labs. And I can remember this one memory that's in my mind now. I was standing there, and when I was little, Peter Pan was like an idol because he was tough and strong and brave. And I remember I was 3, and I was standing there. I knew exactly where I was going because I'd been there many times and still had to go many times. And I knew the torture that was going to happen. And I remember thinking, you're very brave and you can do this and you can go and you can survive this. And, it's just horrific as I think back as an adult because we all know little ones that age, and to think that they have to have a mental fortitude like that to survive when adults are knowingly and intentionally planning to harm them in these horrific ways is just an astounding thought. And so then the government employee would drug me and put me in the back of his car and we would drive to the university. Whenever I talk about the university, before I started speaking, when God activated me in January of 2024 to let everyone know from a child's standpoint what this is like, he asked me not to say the name of the university because he didn't want people to get tripped up on just this one location. If people read the MK Ultra documents that have been released, if they go to the National Security Archive website, there were a bunch released in December of 2024 and October of 2025. This was historical in the United States because these were brand new documents, thousands of them, released by the United States government, completely unredacted. We have never had completely unredacted documents on MK Ultra, and it's where the CIA admitted to everything that we're talking about today. And in those documents, they list the 150 sub-programs, and they name all of the universities, at least in the United States, that were doing these horrific experimentations on unwitting U.S. citizens. So there are 30, 40, 50 or more universities throughout every state in the United States that were complicit. The research is quick to say that these universities had no idea that they were being funded by the CIA. The CIA developed cutout organizations to pay them through. And that may be true. I have no idea. But what I think is, and yet they did it anyway. I don't care who funded them. They did it anyway. They did all these experiments anyway. And people have a hard time wrapping their mind around what kind of doctors and medical people would begin to do these horrific things that we're about ready to describe. And the CIA explains it in their own words in these documents. So I really encourage people to do their research. And what the CIA says is they wanted to recruit the best of all medical professionals in the United States for these secret experiments on unwitting, unknown U.S. citizens. And they went after the best of the best. They said at first, a few of them said, we're not going to do this. This is unethical. This is immoral. This is illegal. We are not going to do mind experiments that have never been done with humans before on U.S. citizens. We're not going to do it. But then the CIA said quickly after that, the vast majority of the best medical professionals in the United States agreed to do it. All of them agreed. And they said the reason why was they wanted to go where no man had gone before. They wanted to experiment on people to be able to develop mind control techniques and see where that would take the world. And that's how it began. So that's where I was sent. And when I went to this university, when we got there, it all started at the Performing Arts Building. And there were lots of adults everywhere coordinating children. I never saw anyone over 7 or 8 years old. There were thousands of children there every time. And they would be separated by children that had homes to go to and children that did not have homes to go to. And then we would enter the building, and there would be what the world would call money changing tables. If anyone's been to events at universities and performing arts center, it's not uncommon to have rectangular folding tables where people exchange money to be able to enter the main auditorium. And so the pedophiles would be there, and they would pay money to go in and watch the children perform. And so then the children, we were taken backstage and put on the stage several at a time, and then we would perform for the pedophiles. And then during the performance, the pedophiles would buy us. And slavery is alive and well, whole life, and it's children.
When you say buy you, was this for the night?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, okay, for me, for the night, it would depend upon if the children had a home to go to or not. Because if the children had a home to go to, it would be for 1 night, 2 nights, maybe every night while we're there. But the children who didn't have homes to go to, once the experimentation was over, because many of them didn't survive, but either the pedophile would buy them and I presume take them because, they owned them at that point.
What would usually happen to them after that? Once they moved them, do they just become a slave?
Yes.
When you say slave, this is the type of slavery that exists. Is this what you're talking?
Yes.
They would then buy these kids, I would imagine, and turn them into
slaves.
Sex slaves, humans.
Yes, sex slaves, labor, all of the above. Of course, since I had a home to go to, I didn't enter that home. But when people wonder about all of the missing children, Chantel, I'll start in the United States and then I'll go worldwide. In the United States today, the FBI will say that 500,000 to 800,000 U.S. children disappear every year. And of course, we know they haven't disappeared. They've been trafficked, they've been put in these feeder systems, they've been bought, but they're gone. And in the United States, to give people a comparison, that's as if the entire town of Kansas City filled up with children every year, and then poof, they disappear. And then they filled up again, the children again, poof, disappear. Or Atlanta, or Charlotte, or San Francisco. Worldwide, it's the size of Hong Kong. The number of children that are, disappear and lost are the wrong words, that are kidnapped, sold, trafficked, stolen, would fill Hong Kong. So if people imagine Hong Kong filling up with only children every year, and then poof, they're gone. And then they fill up with children again, Hong Kong, every year, and poof, they're gone. That's the trying to give people a mental image of the number of these little ones that we're losing year after year after year after year.
It's like they destroying generations in the process as well, not just the cruelty that's obviously with the lack of anything that's moral or decent. But it's like wiping out entire generations of people, of bloodlines as well. I imagine if that was the only child or the only boy or whatever it was, or whatever it could be, right? Just gone.
Right.
Their story's gone, their legacy's gone. Wow. That is wild to imagine. And I love how you've given picture of Hong Kong. For the children every year. Every year, not just once. Every year. Are they? Okay, maybe we get it. Okay, let's talk about the dams later. And I'm sure you will already answer my questions. I won't go any further. Please carry on. I'm sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. I do think it's important for people to understand the level and depth of this. This is part of the depopulation agenda. It's one of many pieces. Hillary Clinton in the United States called us all useless eaters. And that's exactly what they think of us. We are not human to them. We are not people. They have no conscience. And that will help explain also what happens in these universities, because you and I and people, your followers, people that we're all friends with, would never in a million years even imagine doing any of this. But we value life, and they do not. They see us as its and things and lab rats to be experimented on. So after the
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. For sure. Chaim, but this is also I like that. It's 14th of 5786. Tuesday, July 28th, I'm doing switch 214 days, 113 days to Grant. So, love it. 3761 creation of one breath by new 36 31 37 was born 35 26 235 March 7 1 34 36 325 Keenan 70 was born 33 66 395 Harrison Keenan was born 33 0 460 Harrison was born 31 39 622 Hanak Son of Yoga was born 37 4 687 Tuzak Son of Hanak was born 12 2887, 874 Loma 272 Southwest 1, 2831 930 Adam died, 2705 1056 North Son of Loma 2 was born, 2225 1536 Noah began construction of the ark, 2205 1556 Japheth son of Noah was born, 2204 1557 Ham son of Noah was born. No, 2204 1557 Ham son of Noah was born.
Any sustained analysis of religious ideas is that they religion serves many functions in providing for one's understanding of the metaphysical structure of reality. One of the principal roles religion plays in this respect is explaining the origin, nature, and final destiny of evil. Of course, this question has been answered in numerous ways, even within singular religious traditions. Philosophers have tended to view evil as negation or privation, just as cold or darkness is the privation of heat and light, respectively. So too evil is nothing other than a kind of privation of the divine. Other schemes are blatantly dualistic and anthropomorphic, explaining evil as the work of malevolent beings such as demons, often led by a kind of archfiend such as Satan, bent on eternal rebellion against all goodness. As a subset of this problem of evil is the famed problem of theodicy. Why do the gods dole out good and evil in such an arbitrary manner? Evil rightly concerns philosophers and theologians alike. It is also deeply concerned mystics. With the rise of the Kabbalah, a form of Jewish mysticism that began to appear in southern Europe in the 12th and especially in the 13th centuries, a rather shocking theory of evil began to emerge. Here, evil is the result of processes within the inner dynamism of divinity itself. In this episode, I want to explore what may be one of the most provocative texts in all of Jewish history, now entitled the Ma'amar HaAtzilut HaSmalit, or the Treatise on the Emanations of the Left-Hand Side, by the 13th century Kabbalist Isaac ben Yaakov HaKohen. This brief but obscure work locates the origin of evil in the very process of creation itself, as part of the manifestation of the divine. Here, evil extends from the divine attributes, or the Sephirot, to become a kind of malevolent subset of emanations, giving rise to the realm of demons ruled over by the fearsome Samael and his queen Lilith. Also, this episode is part of my series on early Kabbalah, and you may want to check out the first video in that series in the card above, but this episode also just stands on its own. So I hope you'll join me as I explore what Gershom Scholem called a text of medieval Jewish Gnosticism, and what gave rise to the later theory of the Klipot, or the demonic ontological husks. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. In what appears as a very strange early 9th century letter of Agobard, the Archbishop of Lyon, there is a description of Jewish belief that boggles the mind. There we read, quote, "They, the Jews, also say that their deity is corporeal and is distinguished by his limbs and his various corporeal features, and that like us he hears with one body part, sees with another, and speaks or does whatever else he does with yet another. And thus the human body was fashioned in the image of God, that he has inflexible, rigid fingers as he does not do work with his hands, and he sits like some terrestrial king on a throne borne by 4 beasts and is housed in some great sort of palace." Now, this description of Judaism is basically unrecognizable, especially following Maimonides' relentless attack on divine corporeality. Indeed, it would be just easy to write off Agobard's description as more straw man caricatures of Judaism often found in medieval accounts. Though in this case, oddly, and I mean oddly, like capital oddly, a few things deserve more careful attention. First, we might recall that scholars like Menachem Kellner have made convincing arguments, at least to my mind, that Maimonides' attack on divine corporeality is in fact a direct response to a form of pre-Kabbalistic Jewish mysticism now called Shiur Koma, or the measurements of the vastness, whereby mystics would recount the exact measurements of the divine body in the Persian Parasan unit. Even that creepy bit about the rigid fingers even has an echo in some of the Shiur Koma literature. Indeed, the language of beasts and God being housed in a great palace is likely a reference to the schools of the Merkava or chariot and the Hechalot, the temples or palaces schools of pre-Kabbalistic mysticism. I've made a separate episode on just those forms of mysticism. You can explore them by clicking on the card above. However, for this episode at least, another line in that epistle is key. The one that reads, quote, "He, i.e. God, even thinks many superfluous and vain thoughts, which, because they come to naught, turn into demons." In the original Latin, we read, "Cogitari essiam illum superflua et vana quae ad effectum convenere nequiant, vertantur in demones." This just seems like another throwaway slur against Judaism, but it might perhaps be a very early window onto a profound and shocking transformation of the origins of evil within Proto-Kabbalah, and by extension, the future of Jewish theology. Of the many hermeneutical innovations in the history of Judaism, a specific medieval shift in the reading of the creation account in Genesis is perhaps among the most profound. Rather than reading the first few chapters as being merely an account of creation as we know it, cosmos as we know it, there was a shift to reading the narrative as an account of a pre-cosmic inner dynamism within the Godhead. Perhaps the most important expression of this shift is in the early Kabbalistic commentary on Genesis by Isaac the Blind, also known in Aramaic as Sagi Nahor, or the one that is full of light. It becomes nothing short of an account of God's emergence out of an absolute, ineffable transcendence to the realm of becoming, revelation, and creation. The autogenesis of the outer divine from the inner nothingness, the no-thingness of the sublime, empty darkness. In this account, there were worlds and creations much before our little cosmos ever even came into being. The Agobard epistle is important here because later proto-Kabbalists will suggest that these aborted thought worlds not only briefly flickered into existence within the divine dynamism, but are nothing short than the origin of evil itself, a kind of primordial evil long older than our realm. Indeed, it seems that the Agobard epistle reveals that this concept seems to have long incubated within Jewish circles, at least in France, before it appears in surviving Jewish texts. It's to one of those earliest and most disturbing of those early proto-Kabbalistic texts that I want to turn to now. The text now known as Ma'amar Ha'atzilut HaSmalit, or the Treatise on the Emanations of the Left-Hand Side, was produced by Rabbi Isaac ben Jacob HaKohen in the later half of the 13th century. Of course, Rabbi Isaac and his brother Rabbi Jacob were part of the immensely influential Castile circle of early Kabbalists, whose ideas were decisive in the development of the Kabbalah proper, especially as is expressed in the monumental Sefer HaZohar, or the Book of Radiance. This will especially prove true in the development of evil in Kabbalistic speculation. Isaac claims that this treatise is actually from two different texts that he synthesized together. The first is speculation on the angelic beings emanated by the various Sephirot, themselves direct emanations of the divine. The first part of the treatise claims to come from Rabbi Shammai, a leader of the Iyun, or speculation circle, perhaps one of the most important proto-Kabbalistic movements, located either in Spain, though more recent scholarship tends to locate their activity in southern France. What's really curious about this section of the text, running for the first 4 chapters, is what appears to be an attempt to synthesize the 13th Sephirot system of the Iyun circle with the emerging dominant system of the 10 Sephirot from the Sefer Bahir via the famed Sefer Yetzirah. Specifically, the 10th Sphira, Malchut, is said to contain 3 further Sephirot, which not only mirror the divine world, but which redirect the divine flow back up the Sephirotic ladder, a regression back to the divine following the progression of the divine emanations, a bit like a wave flowing out and then back to the center. This appears to be classical kind of Neoplatonic influence. Of course, the ontological priority of the first 3 Sephirot as igniting the further 7 or 10, depending on how you count them, is certainly interesting. The Sephirotic angelology presented here is also important, as some of the angelic names line up with the Sephirot as we know them, while others are a bit unusual. Indeed, the Sephirotic angelology is the bridge to what gives the treatise its name, how the Sephirotic angels go on to be demonically mirrored. So let's turn to some of those emanations of the left-hand side. Rabbi Isaac claims that the sections of the text dealing with the demonic emanations was copied from an ancient booklet written in a difficult-to-read script originating in Jerusalem, but arriving in Arles via Damascus. Now, often these accounts of antiquity are spurious at best, but for reasons I'll mention later, I think that there actually may be some truth to all this. Now, before I get started, let me say that this text is extremely difficult to understand and is profoundly resistant to summary. Exactly how all this is meant to make sense together is difficult to tease out, and my summary could easily be contradicted by another interpretation. All the more reason for you to go and read the text yourself. I discuss where to do that in just a bit toward the end of the episode. Also, I tried really hard to find the original Hebrew edition while making this episode, but to no avail. It was published by Gershom Scholem in the earliest 20th century, but I was unable to consult either the manuscripts of the text, none of which seem to be digitized yet, nor Sholom's edition published in the early 20th century in Hebrew. If anyone has access to a digital copy, I would absolutely love to see it. However, none of my analysis of the text is going to turn on any very specific reading, but again, I like to be open about what I have and I don't have access to while creating content for the channel. This early Kabbalistic text locates the primary ontological site of rupture with the sphira, or the power of repentance. While later Kabbalists, especially Cordovero in his famed Tomer Devora, located repentance with the sphira of Binah, it's not exactly clear here to me where in the Sephirotic system as we know it, this entire drama is playing out. I tend to go with Binah because it's the last of the three primary Sephirot as laid out by the earlier part of this text, and it mirrors the demonic sections we'll describe here in just a moment. Now, I know those familiar with later Kabbalistic theories of evil are on probably Team Sephirah of Din, because that's where the Zohar locates the origin of evil. An excess of severe judgment unchecked by mercy or chesed. But I should just point out that while the Din theory of evil is certainly the dominant Kabbalistic theory as it emerges from the Zohar, evil is variously said to emerge from both Keter and Malchut as well. There just isn't one Kabbalah, and various streams of thought are kind of always present. And so we're going to go with Binah in this text because I do think that this text is arguing that it emerges from Binah. Also, this does make some logical sense. If Binah is in fact associated with repentance, then we have a logical link with sin or transgression. There's no need for repentance without doing some sin, and sin seems like a pretty good place to start when thinking about evil. At any rate, the power of repentance acts as a kind of screen or barrier, perhaps between the higher and lower emanations guarded over by the angel Masuchiel. Beyond this screen emanated angelic beings which existed in potential, but before they could be actualized, so to speak, another world of, quote, alien forms and destructive images was illicitly emanated by the angel of the screen. This alien world was led by the warrior Kamtiel, and he sought to destroy all the other emanations. The angel of the Sephirah of repentance ordered the angel of the screen to destroy this alien parallel world, and thus he did, just as one may extinguish a flaming wick by submerging it in the very oil that keeps it burning, as the text relates. A second, more hideous world led by Belial, literally without God, is then emanated, which is only destroyed by direct divine power. Finally, a third world is emanated by Itiel, a demonic entity somehow associated with time and perhaps Saturnic in character. The beings of this world sought to destroy the very tree of the Sephirot before the divine will annihilated them as well. These first three worlds, created and destroyed before our cosmos, form the first three of the aborted Sephirot of evil. Note that more and more direct divine power is required to destroy each successive evil ontological realm. From here, those once merely potential angelic beings become actualized, and the seven heavenly bodies appear with their respective angelic and demonic counterparts, led by the archdemon Samael. Here the text is unclear if the planetary bodies are, in fact, just purely demonic, a notion which has clear links to the archons of so many Gnostic texts, including the key role in those texts played by Samael. Indeed, the whole concept of aborted worlds, which we'll see more of in just a moment, is also conspicuous. It's no wonder why Sholem considered this text as an example of Jewish Gnosticism, and it's in fact why I'm also inclined to think this text does indeed have a rather ancient Mediterranean origin. The strife that rocks the heavens is said to be stirred up by jealousy, inspired by none other than the demoness Lilith. Indeed, Samael and Lilith and Adam and Eve are the demonic divine mirrors of one another in this text. Further, the sin of the earthly Eve is also mirrored by some similar kind of sin, likely sexual in nature, which partially weakens the throne of glory. Shocking enough, it actually calls Lilith to murder her celestial offspring, though just what all this means is really mysterious. Even the text reminds us that another separate treatise would be required to explain this Lilith business in heaven shaking the divine throne. That text, if it ever existed, isn't extant so far as I know. Again, here we have another creation abortion narrative, now with Eve, Lilith in focus, again, strongly paralleling the Sophia narrative in texts like the Apocryphon of John. Though just what all this means is anything than clear. Fascinating, yes. Clear, hell no. The text now focuses on the three ethereal layers of the superlunar regions. Here, various kinds of divine names can be used to access the demonic ether and gain prophetic powers, even the ability to magically teleport. A magical key to the second ether is said to be the Sefer HaMalbush, or the Book of the Divine Garment. This is an Aramaic text of angelic magic preserved in various forms from antiquity. Indeed, the text even reproduces a version of this short magical manual right there. I'll be doing an entire whole episode on this angelic magical text and its companion, the Sefer Yashar, at some point soon, so stay tuned for more angel magic. We now come to the third ether, which itself is composed of three separate regions, the highest of which is ruled by our good old demonic friend, Asmodeus, who is also wed to Lilith the Lesser. There are lots of Liliths up here in the ether. The second part of the third heaven is actually ruled by a demon with two alternating wives who produce various kinds of demons and terrible storms. The third part of the third ether is dominated by dog-faced demons created by human sins, for which Psalm 22:21 is apparently a very powerful amulet. Other demons in this third region of the third ether take the form of goats, from which emerge the so-called Aza demons, which eventually fall to earth and become the Nephilim of great fame. The Nephilim are famous around here. There are several other kinds of demonic deities. There are actually more various kinds of Liliths. I'm not kidding, there's a bunch of Liliths up here, and there are various parallels on Earth. Finally, we're also told that prior to our world, two other worlds like ours existed. One which was extremely good, for which no human being could ever merit, and one which was extremely evil, for which no human being could ever endure. And that our world, with some mixture of good and evil, proved to be the only suitable testing ground for the internal conflict of human righteousness and transgressions. A similar idea also famously appears in the writings of the Chassidei Ashkenaz. They come from Germany, and it's unsurprisingly we actually have tales of the magical teleportations. Remember those magical teleportations earlier? Those are about Eliezer of Worms. He's also famous from the Golem legend earlier in the text here. All in all, the demonic realms are meant to mirror the Sephirotic world of the divine emanations and the human world itself, both mirroring both of them, both the divine and the demonic. The end of the text becomes something of a Baroque soap opera in which the jealousy inspired by Lilith the Younger, the wife of Asmodeus, you'll remember, and the elder Lilith, the wife of Samael, causes all kinds of problem, strife in the heavens. Of course, the women are always to get blamed here, whether it's demonic or regular women. Interestingly, the offspring of Lilith the Younger and Asmodeus both are said to contend and struggle against the Jewish people, but their other offspring becomes a, quote, sword of the Messiah to be used against the various forces of evil in the final apocalyptic battle. We're also told that a further intermediary exists between Samael and Lilith the Elder. Any guesses out there who? It's Leviathan, but a celestially mirrored Leviathan, which allows Samael and Lilith to remain sexually connected and emanate power to one another. Well, at the end of time, Gabriel and Michael will destroy the intermediary, the celestial Leviathan between Samael and the elder Lilith, and in turn destroy the demonic couple, which, of course, will be mirrored in the destruction of the earthly sea monster Leviathan, whose body will be dried, salted, and served up to the righteous. Delicious smoked Leviathan with cream cheese on our apocalypse bagels. Delicious. And here the text ends with, "Blessed is he that understands these things as they are." Well, count me unblessed, because the did I just read? Oh yeah, to make matters worse, Rabbi Isaac straight up tells us that he's purposely confusing things, so only the truly wise will know what's up, or as he puts it, he's going to, quote, reveal a little and conceal much. Thank you, Rabbi Isaac, and what I really mean is, the treatise on the emanation of the left-hand side is admittedly one of the most strange and provocative Kabbalistic or Jewish texts ever written, and my summary and analysis here is definitely no substitution for diving into it. Though the central thesis of the text, that evil emerges within the divine totality in the process of creation itself, will prove deeply influential on the writers of the Zohar, and by extension, all of Kabbalah, especially the concept of the husks, or the klipot of Lurianic Kabbalah a few centuries later, often all typified as commentary on a seemingly insignificant verse on the various kings of Edom. Indeed, if we really want to extend this line of thinking, we can see this text being influential as far afield as Shabbatianism, the theosophy of Yaakov Burma, and even into the metaphysics of Hegel. Totality without evil, he reminds us, just isn't totality. Needless to say, this text is essential reading for anyone interested in Kabbalah, in Gnosticism, or in demonology. And if you're interested in topics like those, make sure to subscribe. Check out my other content on similar topics and other topics in esotericism. And if you enjoy having access to scholarly and free content on topics like these and esotericism, I hope you consider supporting my channel through Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. It makes all this research and presentation possible. If you want to read the treatise on the emanation of the left-hand side for yourself, the only accessible version really is to be found in Joseph Don's very nice volume on early Kabbalah. This translation is mostly complete, and the notes here are also really helpful as well. Indeed, this volume and all the volumes in the Classics of Western Spirituality series are really just wonderful. I have almost an entire shelf filled with them, and I highly recommend them. If you're interested in the concept or the role of evil in Kabbalah, I would check out Gershom Sholom's article on that topic and his volume on the mystical shape of the Godhead. I would also check out Tishbe's section in volume 2 of his Zohar collection, along with his really good monograph on evil and the thought of Itzhak Luria, and Elliot Wolfson, who is a fantastic scholar, also has an article on Light Through Darkness in the Harvard Theology Review, I think. Perhaps the most comprehensive analysis of evil in early Kabbalah is Moshe Idel's recent Primeval Evil and Kabbalah, which I can't not hear in my head being sung to the tune of the Conjunction Junction theme song. Primeval Evil and Kabbalah. Okay, I know that some of y'all are probably asking, hey, did you skip some stuff from your first episode on early Kabbalah to this one? Yes, I skipped some stuff, like, I don't know, just little guys like Isaac the Blind and Azrael Gerona. Don't worry, I'm going to circle back to them and all the Kabbalistic developments between those guys and this text. For some reason, this really weird book just jumped out at me this week and I kind of ran with it. Don't worry, more early Kabbalah to come. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The wielder of magic in both myth and history has at their disposal a wide range of supernatural tools, from arcane tomes, magical wands, animal familiars, swords, candles, bells, rings, and so on. It's as if the very world is at the fingertips of the mage or witch and is charged with their power. Among these tools, the magical cloak has proven ubiquitous through time and culture. Indeed, the cloak of the sorcerer often has a very specific kind of magical property, that of rendering its wearer invisible, a motif reaching back into Welsh mythology and surviving to this day in Harry Potter. In this episode, I want to explore a text from the world of Kabbalah Ma'asit, or practical Kabbalah, or just really Jewish magic, that describes the production of just such a magical garment, hence the name of the text, the Sefer HaMalkut, or the Book of the Garment. If you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, or mysticism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this channel and making this presentation possible. Now, let's explore a magical garment infused with divine names, which empowers the Kabbalist or sorcerer with all manner of supernatural powers. But wait, there's more this week. Come along for magical cloaks and stick around this week for a bonus magical text on astral and angelic magic. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. While magical garments are a commonplace in many tales and myths, descriptions about how to actually produce them are rather rare in the surviving magical literature. Of course, course, various lamens and other objects meant to be worn on the body of the sorcerer are relatively well attested, but an entire article of clothing is much more rare. Though the Sefer HaMalbush is exceptional in this regard. Though, as we'll see, the garment functions more as a conduit for divine power than as a magical garment in itself. The text is known in several Hebrew and Aramaic versions, which seem to have been produced sometime in the Eonic period of Jewish history, or the period just after the redaction of the Babylonian Talmud around 600 or 500 of the Common Era to around a little after 1000 of the Common Era. Two principal redactions seem to have proven popular. What may have been an earlier text is called the Torah Malbush, or the Garment Instructions, to be very literal, and it describes the preparation of a golden plate which is worn around the neck, and after a series of vigorous purifications, provides the wearer a wide range of magical powers. Of course, golden lamens are well attested in the ancient world. The most famous, I think, probably are the famed Orphic gold tablets found in various graves throughout the Mediterranean region. These are perhaps the aid and success of achieving a good afterlife. Interestingly, Torah HaMalbush refers to this layman as a tzitz, which is the same Hebrew word found in the Bible for the golden headband worn by the high priest in the Jerusalem temple. This earlier, or perhaps parallel text is known primarily from the Cairo Geniza, and it perhaps eventually transformed into the Sefer HaMalbush as we currently have it. Indeed, magical headbands with divine names on them continue to be used down to contemporary ritual magical practice, as I understand. The Sefer HaMalbush itself appears in several different Hebrew and Aramaic versions and describes the process of Levishat Hashem, or the donning or putting on of the name, in which the power of secret names of God come to be infused into the being of the practitioner, thus providing them with supernatural quasi-divine power. This process of Levishat Hashem is known from other magical texts as well, maybe most famously in the Charva de Moshe, or the Sword of Moses, which I've actually made an episode about. Check out the card above if you want to learn more about this really interesting magical code book. In the Sefer HaMalbush, we are provided elaborate instructions for producing a Me'il HaShayah, or a mantle of righteousness, inscribed or written upon with a very elaborate divine name, which, after donning and a series of ritual immersions, transfers some of the divine power to the practitioner. We're also told that this entire process requires 7 different steps. A first period of 7-day fasting and careful attention to avoid anything coming into contact with the practitioner which would render them tameh, or ritually unclean. After this first period, there is a ritual immersion, or mikvah, followed by the production of the text's namesake, the magical garment. The garment itself is made from gazelle skin or gazelle parchment, and again, probably pointing to a Near East origin of the text more generally, which is fashioned into a sleeveless cloak covering the shoulders down to the hips, along with a hood. On the front and rear of the garment, one is to write a long and elaborate divine name, which may also include some angelic names, all of which are referred to in the text as great and terrible. We are told that the hood can also be replaced with a gold diadem, or tzitz, just like the Torah HaMalbush, along with a shorter name, mostly consisting of the Eonim Yah over and over again, to be written on either the diadem or on the hood. Once the garment is complete, another more intense period of fasting and ritual purity begins, including mikvah immersions every evening. Here, the practitioner is only allowed a Spartan vegetarian diet, with even eggs and fish being forbidden. This is somewhat curious because in the Jewish law of kashrut, fish are taken to be neither meat nor dairy, harav, pointing to the intensity of this fast. These fasts, it appears, are akin to the minor fast, which lasts from dawn till darkness. And at the end of this 7-day period, on the 8th evening or 8th night, one must go to the water of ritual immersion and invoke the names from the garment over them, the water that is. If a green, glowing form appears over the water, then this, according to the text, is taken as a sign that the proper level of purity has not been achieved and you have to continue the ritual. If this proper level of purity isn't reached, to continue, one has to give alms to the poor and distribute food to the hungry. And given that you've been basically fasting for 2 weeks, you should have plenty to give away. And begin another 7-day period of fasting. If, however, the form floating above the water is red in color, then you are pure enough to enter the water up to the stomach. Not full immersion as one would expect in a mikvah, but upon exiting, you become infused with divine power, appearing as if an harmony accompanies you, and being able to invoke a series of fearful angels. Though the text here becomes pretty vague, it appears as if the angels should appear without hesitation, though there is a preference to something like doing the rituals at the proper hour, which isn't spelled out in any detail. Further, we're also told that the company of angels that will join you will only do so for 3-4 hours at most, and for only 7 days in total, and only just once a day for some reason. Now, just how to accomplish this invocation remains mysterious, and indeed, this section seems to require knowledge of another Jewish magical text produced around the same time, the Sefer HaYashar, or the Book of the Upright Way, or the Book of the Correct Way. There's a lot of words to translate this word HaYashar. It appears that the Sefer HaYashar was produced around the same time as the Sefer HaMamush and the Charba de Moshe, probably within the same magical circles. And it claims that it was given out of pity to Adam by the angel Galitzur and was passed down to its current edition. This text takes its name from one of the mysterious books referred to in the Torah, but otherwise lost or maybe never existed, like the Sefer Milchamot Hashem, and it's important that this text not be confused with the later medieval text on ethics or the spurious midrashic text that became somewhat popular in the 19th century. Some version of this text was likely known to folks like the High Gaon, who reference it by name, but also to Karaite Jews who also mention it in their anti-rabbinite polemics. As you may know, the Karaites were, and are, about 50,000 in existence in the world, were anti-rabbinical Jews who rejected the authority of the Talmud and the oral Jewish law more generally. Of course, they went on to make their own oral Jewish law, and as you can imagine, the Karaite-Rabbinite beef would make for some great epic rap battles. The Sadia Gaon versus Anan ben David, come on, it basically writes itself. For real though, regardless, the text is pretty well attested and describes another divine name, a series of complex supplications, and a ritual which provides a range of semi-divine powers over the forces of nature, over various creatures, even power over the sun and the moon, a la Joshua in the Battle of Gilgal. The Sefer HaYashar involves a fast from meat and even certain spices, ritual purity, but also giving alms to the poor, though, interestingly enough, ritual fumigations involving various kinds of incense. The core of this text, however, are the various angelic powers which are said to preside over various seasons, astrological periods, and the hours of the day and night. It appears that the Sefer HaMamush probably has something like these tables in mind when providing advice on the invocation of the various angels. Indeed, the Sefer HaYashar gives a much fuller range of the divine powers of the divine name that it offers. If you're curious, these include things like drying up rivers, making the dead speak, extinguishing fire, breaking rocks, taming serpents, making barren women fertile, rending the sea, a la Moses, melting swords, healing the sick, driving out demons, delivering captives, and also shaking foundations. I think this has in mind perhaps the walls of Jericho. Also, you have to call out the divine names 21 times, 3 times 7, and this also provides mystical knowledge of the Torah, which parallels the Sar Torah literature found in certain Merkabah or Hechalot texts. More on those in the card above. Recall that invocation summons an angel called the Prince of the Torah, Sar Torah, that instantaneously teaches one a wide range of rabbinical wisdom. I mean, who wants to spend all day bent over a copy of the Vilna Shas? Just get an angelic tutor to teach it to you immediately. As I mentioned earlier, although it's not exactly clear, the Sefer HaMalbush, the Charbet Moshe, and the Sefer HaYashar were all probably sharing some similar culture of production. Probably in the area around Babylon or maybe in Palestine, around the year 1000 or so of the Common Era. And both of these texts survived into the Christian Middle Ages, and a version of the Sefer Malbush actually appears in both the Sefer Ma'amar Hasmalit, or the treatise of the emanations of the left-hand side. This is an early Kabbalistic explanation of the origins of evil produced in the 13th century in Spain, but it also appears in a slightly different form in the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, or the book of the angel of Raziel. Raziel, of course, is the secrets of God, which that book is still printed to this day. Regardless, what we have in this brief text, the Sefer HaMalbush, is a 1,000-year-old complex ritual for the production of a magical cloak of sorts, which, infused with the divine name, provides one with a range of magical powers. Curiously, however, invisibility doesn't appear to be one of them. Sorry. Further, the Sefer HaYashar also provides a more astral angelic magic, which seems to mesh well with other Jewish magical texts from this period. So, 2 magical texts in this episode. The authoritative study of these texts is Irina Vandri's Das Buch des Gewandes und das Buch of Aufrichten, which, as you can probably tell from my bad pronunciation, is in German, and it's kind of difficult to find, and only 120 euros for an ebook, which, not quite real prices, is getting there, so good job with those expensive academic book prices there. However, I will say that this study is incredibly careful, looking at a range of versions with a careful attention to both historical and textual detail and their transmissions. It actually just seems like the kind of book that you would hope to find actually be written in German. The independent scholar Feliciano has also produced a convenient English translation of both of these texts, which are available on their academia page, which I'll link below. The best histories of Jewish magic are those by Harari, Moha, and both are equally worth checking out for their slightly different pieces. I'll also include a link to a digital version of a manuscript from Oxford that dates from the 13th century, though this recension is different from the others. Thing, I'll also link to a page of the Sefer Raziel HaMalach with yet another recension of the Sefer HaMalbush. Welcome to studying real magical texts, folks. Recensions, recensions, recensions. Well, make sure to subscribe for more content on magic, esotericism, and the occult, and make sure to check out this playlist for more historical books of magic. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
intent. Just to look at it again. It's the final intent.
This is really the fight of the kid. Yeah, Jay, clap us in, dude.
Let's go,
As
baby.
usual.
As usual. I
Missed you, buddy. I was gone.
I know, dude. Back in our old stomping grounds. Did you hit Abbott Kinney?
Did not. You know what? I didn't go to our old stomping grounds. I went to my old stomping grounds in the valley, but didn't hit Abbott Kinney. Didn't do no Venice. Joe passed it. I went like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Went like this.
Yeah, you would have gone.
Maybe. There's still great parts.
Yeah.
There's still great parts.
Sure. But it's a different time. There's something about having kids where, like, you're thinking about things differently now. It's like, would this be good for the kids? It's fun to go.
No, yeah, I don't think about that. Like, I think about LA. It's always weird to me when people shit on LA. It's like, buddy, LA was great to us. We made our bones.
It's an amazing.
We made our bones.
Yeah, dude.
Show a little respect.
And by the way,
But you and Rogan, you guys went bad on LA a little bit.
No.
We made our bones.
But I rescinded that because I was like, let's not get it.
Don't bite the hand that fed us for 20 years.
It's also a huge, amazing city with everything. You can't compare LA to Austin.
But nor should you be.
Right.
You're talking about apples and oranges.
Yes.
Like, here's different than there.
Well, one would fit into LA. It would just be one neighborhood.
Yeah, but it's not about that. It's like LA has great things to offer, and when we were coming up, it was the exact place we should be, and it was awesome. And like, we grew up. Those days are done. We're kind of out of that business for the most part. So now we're in the suburbs.
We're in the suburbs.
We're in the suburbs.
My kids have room to play. They get to swim in a pool.
It's just different. Like, this is the first time I got to LA, and I always have fond memories of LA. Some of the best, literally the best time of my life were in LA, as far as professionally and like as friends. It was the first time I was in LA. I went, oh, it's no longer home.
It's no longer home.
It's no longer home. We stayed in the hotel. I saw all my old friends, especially the baseball dads and like their kids. I went to their practice. It was the first time I went, oh man, I don't want to live here.
Now, I have a question.
Because I used to go back and be like, yeah, man,
Sure, you get that nostalgia.
that's gone.
But let me ask you just a question. Did you have to go from LA down to Newport? Did you drive that? Okay, good, perfect. Hold that thought. Let me ask you, and don't exaggerate. What would you say? How long would you say it took you to get the? Is it 30 miles maybe? I'm taking the drive. 30 miles.
Is it 30 or 40 miles?
Might be 45 miles. I'll give you 45 miles.
45. So I left at 6 a.m., right? 5:45 a.m. from Woodland Hills.
Okay, so give me Woodland Hills. Did you go to Newport?
Newport.
Go ahead and put it
Right off
Woodland
of
Hills
17th Street.
to Newport. Let me see. Yep. Let me see what
Going there, it
that
took
is.
me about 2 hours going there in the morning.
Okay, 2 hours.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's what I would
Then
expect.
going back, I left at 3 p.m., which is
3 p.m.
That's on me.
Well, now, so 3
Now, I
p.m.
have to work, so I can leave earlier.
Yeah, so now it's supposed to take about an hour. There you go. It's 68 miles. Okay, 68 miles. That should take an hour, roughly, because it's a straight line. So it took you 2 hours.
It took me 3 hours and 30 minutes at 3 o'clock.
Oh, so you were averaging 15 miles an hour.
That's what you. But then again,
Wow.
yeah.
By the way, I don't know if that's true if it was 15, but it was like something like 20 miles an hour.
Still,
Wow.
just a parking lot.
I could beat you on a bike. That's a great
I
time.
take you out and run fast.
Yeah.
That'll beat you up. You know what I had? I had one of those new Jeep Wagonairs where it has the self-driving like the Teslas have, but it's not gay electric, it's gas. And they have it, yeah. Like GMC offers it now. And I was like, yeah, I'm usually like, oh, no, man. But I was like, listen to the podcast. I had to post something for a sponsor, so I'm like, I don't want to drive a tech. Let me just try it out. Buddy, I just chilled.
See?
I was like, and
It's called the future.
you're supposed to have your hands on the wheel.
Yeah.
But I just put my knees on the wheel.
Yeah.
That did it. Dude, I was chilling like this in traffic.
Yeah. Yep. It's future, Bob. Future. You say you like to drive when you're in trouble.
No, that's not driving.
When you're in trouble. That's not
No, no.
driving.
That's different.
That's commuting. You were commuting.
That's
And
different.
if you're going to have somebody else come drive you when you're commuting, then you're going to do that.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It was nice.
San Antonio is Austin
love
with
San Antonio.
rough hands. It's real Texas. Great people.
San Antonio's great.
LOL.
Did you stay at
where
Hotel
you and I-
Emma?
Where you and I caught and spread COVID.
Yeah, we did. And I knew it. When we
I
walked
didn't
out
stay
the
at
out,
Hotel
I'm
Emma.
like, definitely
Yeah.
COVID.
I went to Hotel Emma. Didn't stay there because I had people with me, so I had to get an Airbnb. It was easier.
I get it. Hotel Emma for multiple people is pretty pricey.
Not paying for that. That would have cost me with their prices right now.
I think
It would have cost me.
$700 a night?
Yeah, that's minimum. So it would have cost me. Yeah, I figure I would have gotten that for $6,000. That's not happening.
That's tough.
Yeah,
I can't do that.
no,
You can't do that.
maybe in the old days.
Yeah, we're done with money. Yeah, it's not happening.
Crazy. God, I love that hotel.
Yeah, it's the best.
God, it's great. It's just
It is a nice hotel.
so good. Did a little jiu-jitsu with my friend's boyfriend, who is a bull rider. It's my friend. My friend's daughter is dating a professional bull rider. Good-looking kid. Stud, Texas boy. Grew up 21. Grew up ranch.
Does he do jiu-jitsu?
No.
No. Hey,
He comes to work out.
doesn't matter.
No, he comes to work out. But
Did
he
he ride you like a bull?
Well, no, but I was talking to him because he shoots horses, grew up around horses, been riding bulls since he was 9, sir. They put him on a calf.
A little old, right?
Put you on a calf.
You put you on a calf or a sheep.
Yep.
You got a
And
sheep.
then they put you on a steer, which is a skinnier bull with no balls. And then you move up to the big boys, right?
When you're old enough.
Yeah. And there's a tradition of it. There's a Texas tradition. I'm looking at. I'm like. There's a lot of injuries now. People get killed all the time, which I didn't know.
All the time.
You don't ride
bull riders.
But you don't ride bulls without knowing somebody who died.
Well, they wear the neck brace too, yeah, which helps.
The problem is you get stepped on, and
Oh,
your
yeah.
head gets stepped on.
That's what the clowns are there.
Everyone knows somebody who's died.
Oh, I bet.
So I go, you get injured. He goes, yeah, they're rare, but 4 to 7 deaths per 100,000 competitions, man.
Not a lot.
You know what the problem stats are?
I knew that.
Do you know what the problem stats are? They're anticlimactic. Do you know what I mean?
I know.
Like it's like
well,
you know.
it's like when I was lying to you about the signing up. Soccer has more concussions than
Yeah,
football.
exactly.
I didn't like you brought it up, and then usually I would go for the entertainment of the show. I'd let you ride on this bull desk.
Yeah.
We know it's bullshit, just like you knew the soccer thing was bullshit.
Yeah.
But then you made a Chin go to ChatGPT.
I did.
So I'm like, you know what? Fuck them. Chin, bring it up.
Payback. Damn.
But now your story's gonna suck.
Now my story.
Carry on though.
Because back in the day, we would have been like,
And that's why I
these
did
two
it.
people die a
Yep.
rodeo.
And that's why I did it.
Oh.
Yep.
Yep.
I just took the wind out of your sails because you did it to me last week.
The wind out of my sails. But I said, do you get injured? And his girlfriend said, well, last month he got a horn that went under his ribs, broke his ribs, and punctured his lung.
Yeah.
And I saw the video. And he's on the horse, on the bull riding, and he gets kind of twisted around. And all you see is this. That's all it is. It's like that. He falls around, gets up, holds his side, starts running, and then he collapsed and said, I couldn't get any air into my body.
That'll do it.
Yeah, they had to get the bull out of there right quick, of course, because otherwise it'll keep coming. But for about 3 hours,
That's what they sign up though. That's what they sign up for. Yeah, but that's why you watch bull riding. Like Jesus Christ, these guys are badasses because you know that's the when they're fucking doing this.
Yeah. Well, the best bull rider
Cowboy
of all
collars.
time.
That's why they call the football ones cowboy collars.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
But the best bull rider of all time had his neck broken, and he has major problems. He's the most legendary of all time.
Of course.
And he walks around like this, and he has the bull that did it to him.
Dude, I don't know if they make cowboy collars anymore for kids because Boston Tigers
They don't.
debut. The full team mandatory practice starts today.
Why don't they make cowboy collars?
I don't see. You don't see kids wearing them.
Much safer though, right?
No, the helmets and the gear are so much safer, and the way you conduct practice so much safer. Oh damn! All right, it's all good, Jim. You're not a football fan. Even in cowboy college,
If I say cowboy collars.
cowboy collars. That's all right. That's all right. You're not a football fan. Why would you know? It's cowboy collars.
Gotcha.
Collars.
Well, let's move on.
Let's move on. Let's move on. But type in. Do kids wear cowboy collars for football still? Because I wore one in college, and in Pop Warner too.
Better for your neck. I have a stupid
I
question.
had too many stingers. Like,
How do you keep from hitting this way? break your neck? How do you just teach people to tackle?
You don't be a fucking numbnuts.
You look.
Now,
where you're tackling.
You always gotta look. Yes, they're still around, but much less common.
Wow, that's good though, right there. I like that. So you don't get whipped.
I have that middle one.
You don't get whipped.
Here you go. They're much rarer in college and NFL because modern shoulder pads fit better. Strength and conditioning, new equipment offers mobility. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you wear it though, right?
You really, the pads are so much better than what we had.
Really?
Yeah, and the helmets are so much better.
Really? What are they? It's
just the technology better. They're lighter. They fit proper. Like Boston 6 and his pads are better than I had in college.
What does a helmet cost? A good helmet, football helmet?
$700.
That's a lot.
Like the top line Riddell one, or the my kids rock the Schutz hat, the Schultz
Wow.
helmet. Like Bossy has the lightweight Schutz one.
Damn.
They're expensive.
Linebackers and fullbacks have a history of neck stingers.
Oh, so that's what I play.
What is a neck stinger? You just
when it crunches the nerve, you get the stinger. Yeah, I had so many of them in college that the nerves got all damaged. So this side of my arm was skinny.
You don't have any. What?
Yeah.
You don't have any pain anymore. Like
nothing.
Man, you just healed up.
Yep. Wow. Once I stopped hitting it, went away.
Really?
Yep.
That's so.
Now I'm on a ton of peptides for recovery from Merrick.
Dude, I had my blood work done from Merrick.
We both did. Did you
some of the most impressive shit.
Did you meet with him yet?
Yes.
I meet with him tomorrow.
Oh, dude. So here's the thing about the company, right? It's owned by one of the owners is Derek from More Plates, More Dates, or whatever, and he's as scientific as it gets, right? These guys know everything, but here's the most important thing. Every one of them is jacked because all of them live that lifestyle. It's not like a doctor who looks like shit who tells you how to do something. These guys are all jacked. These guys are all in crazy shit.
The guy who did my blood work, I want to say he's 300 pounds, 8% body fat.
Yeah, just jacked.
We have to zoom on. I'm gonna listen to him.
Yeah, they. But my guy, this was crazy. So my guy goes through all the blood work. And if you're gonna get serious about, like, you know, if you want to do peptides, and HRT, you got to do blood work, and you have to have professionals like at Merrick who these guys live it. So how about this?
To interrupt you, you gotta have the blood work because you don't want it to be like the 90s where you're at Gold's Gym and your buddies telling you take this, and they have no idea
shit you could ever do,
especially with peptides and all
and
that.
hormones. Like you're talking about a very. This is they are scientific as fuck. And the guy who did, I think his name is Pete. He went over my blood work. And he goes, this is crazy. He goes, yeah, I'm looking good. I'm good. I got a lot of good stuff. No problems with my health. But he goes, do you cook with a cast iron skillet? I was like, every day. He goes, yeah, I thought so. So we got some ferrous, high levels of iron. Oh, that sometimes deposits. You might want to just switch to stainless steel.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's how detailed these motherfuckers get.
Did they ask you why there's so much sugar in your tank?
They didn't ask me that.
You got a little sweetness in your blood.
Well, he said you got the sweet blood sits where your ass is.
Yeah, that's what they
said. And in your tits. In your tits and joints.
Yeah, they said the only person we ever saw with this much sweetness in the sugar in their tank was Ian Gary. It's very strange. You guys both have so much sweetness in your blood.
Why does Ian Gary?
Just doing cock interviews.
He is?
Yeah.
So I wish I brought my Lucy pouches so I could show you. And I'm not like a big nicotine user, but I do put a pouch in my mouth periodically, usually 3 to 4 milligrams. In this case, I always go to Lucy. Here's the honest truth. I like the way it tastes, and it's my go-to pouch. I think it tastes better than any other pouch. I'm just going to start with that. Okay. The flavor, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they do it, but it lasts forever. And I think my flavor is mango. See what the flavors are. I don't even know what the flavor is. I bet you there's a mango. I knew it. It's so good. It's so good. For me, it feels like it's a slower burn. Like it's more of a mellow kind of release. It's like this smooth kind of situation. So it is, without question, a top-tier premier nicotine pouch. Sometimes I wish I had a video of me. If I was in my Tesla, I would probably have the video of me looking at my wife and saying, I like these pouches better than any other pouch. I said something like that before Lucy was even a sponsor. So, whatever they're doing, they are doing it to the nth degree. I didn't know there was such a thing as different qualities, but you try Lucy and tell me what you think. See if I'm wrong, okay? They are, as if you're going to deal with nicotine, if you're going to do nicotine pouches, that is the game. Try it, get 20% off, which I didn't have when I bought them. 20% off your first order when you buy online at lucy.co/fighter with promo code FIGHTER. That's lucy.co/fighter, promo code FIGHTER. All right? Give it a shot. Let me know. If you don't want to do that, the next time you go get your nicotine, try Lucy. Just try it. And then compare it to your other brands. And I'm telling you, you will stick with Lucy. There's no question. Try the mango. Okay? Try the mango. Let's call it Brian Mango. By the way, check out their store locator to find where you can pick up Lucy. Okay? And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age. Okay? Every customer is age verified. This warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Yeah, they said the only person we ever saw with this much sweetness in their sugar in their tank was Ian Gary. It's very strange. You guys both have so much sweetness in your blood.
Why does Ian Gary?
Just doing cock interviews.
He is?
Yeah.
He is?
Man, he's fucking up.
I love that guy. I have nothing to say about Ian Machado Gary.
That's because you're not familiar with his game, sir.
Well, we're going to talk about it. Yeah. We'll get to that in a second. But if this sounds like an endorsement from Eric,
it is.
It is because
we've worked with a ton of I've worked with other peptide companies.
Do it right. Do it with real science guys, like guys who really know how to.
Again, if you're using a site, that's super cheap. Like I'm just going to order from there and not do blood work. This isn't that, because this you get a legit professional breaking down all your blood work, saying you should take this, what your goals, and do this, and then you get the exact protocol, all the peptides you need for exactly your goal.
Yeah, because otherwise you're doing guesswork, dude.
Yeah,
and if you have people who live this, they live it, they do it themselves, so they're dialed in, and it's a complicated science. You know, I have a follow-up. I have a follow-up with a doctor just to make sure. You know, then they ask me questions, and they have all your panels, all your blood work, and then they'll tell you might want to try this. You can try this. Maybe less of this.
Well, like I was talking with some of the football dads, and you know everyone's on peptides these days. I'm like, where do you get it? Like, I get it from the site in Denver. I get it from the site in Montana. And I go, well, how much is it? They tell me. I go, right. But you've never done any blood with nothing? You have no idea how that's working with your body?
They'll help you with diet, supplements, everything. Like, they get you, before they give you all this, they're talking to you about your diet, your sleep, your exercise. They ask you what your goals are. There's a whole thing. Otherwise, guesswork and you're spinning your wheel.
I posted a picture, I think Joanna just reposted it. We were at the friend's pool party. I had my shirt off, be like, oh, it's the best shape you've ever been in. Come back to fight. I'm like, Body by Merrick, baby.
Body by Merrick. That's it. Now, granted, I'm not going to be the muscle guy they put on their thing, but I'll tell you this, I have a lot of energy. I'm back to my same energy I had. Look at those tits, dude. Look at those tits. I'm very happy. And by the way, you got a slim tummy.
Slim tummy.
What? Got a little hair on the chest because she likes that.
No, I'm just kidding.
Your wife couldn't look better, by the way.
Oh, I know. She looks...
I mean, God, I hope you don't die.
Do you know, Brian? Do you know cool sculpting? Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
So it's like liposuction, but it's not. So what they do is like they freeze the fat. I'm not saying you're fat, but if you want to get ripped around the belly area, I heard that's like a non-invasive way to do it.
Yeah.
It like burn. But
I think he's got that. I think he's got that covered right now.
But I think I just stay on my diet, man.
You want to know something?
I don't want to chisel.
You know, women prefer that than shredded. They actually do. They've done a lot of studies. Women like just a bulky guy, not all shredded like that.
All right, I'm pretty lean, man. Cool. I'm not built like a.
That's the leanest I've ever seen.
That's
the leanest I've ever seen.
I know.
Leanest.
But here's my thing. It's the peptides that's also just I don't sit down. I get home, I don't chill, man. I'm Tigers in boxing practice. It's 3 hours. I'm out in the sun. I'm out there on my feet, moving around, running with them, catching balls, doing the shit. I get from there. We get home. The boys, they're into their BMX bikes right now. We go for a walk. I'm going for a walk twice a day. I'm watering my plants. I'm just active as fuck.
Yeah.
Not eating that much. It's good. Don't drink.
I gotta stop. I gotta stop thinking that because I'm doing so much jiu-jitsu that I'm ready now to hang with high up like black belts my size.
You can find out right now if you want.
What?
I'll roll you the fuck up and make you a reality check.
I train too much now.
I know. You could though. If you want, you're just saying you want to test yourself.
Oh no, I'm impossible.
You're saying with guys your size though?
I'm impossible to roll up.
What? How much do you weigh? 190?
175. 190.
I don't know. I don't.
I'm 173.
Hey, you know what? Your victim weight below 200. So I don't see numbers below 200. If you're below 200, I go, are you 190?
Did you even notice me?
No, I go, are you 198? And I go, I'm 145. I'm like, I don't know victim weight. I don't.
It doesn't even register with you.
Because one can hold you down.
Because I'm so not a threat. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You know how like if this is the Terminator, it acknowledges.
You literally skip over me.
It goes. It doesn't even pick up on my radar.
I train every day.
It goes straight to chin because he's over 200.
So
my Terminator brain goes.
Like an attack dog that's trained to not bite children or women, just men. You're just skipping over me.
Yeah, you're like the dog that stands like the social, like, you know.
You're just completely.
You're lab. You know when I'm walking Donnie, if it's like a German Shepherd, which is in the neighborhood, I go, probably let's not sniff and play that one.
Yeah.
If I see a lab, we go, you have fun with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, go over there. He's not gonna do shit.
You would just roll me up.
You're not a threat, Wade. You know what I'm saying? You're not a threat, Wade.
You think you'd roll me up after all my training?
Oh yeah. But the thing is like if you rob my house, I'd go, oh, cool, this would be fun. But if you're over 200, I'm like, fuck, man.
Well, I gotta get ready.
Oh, for backup. Yeah.
But right now, you're just gonna go, ooh.
Oh, babe, lock the door. But there's a man down there. You'll be fine. Just walk by and lock the door.
And just give me a couple squeeze-ups.
Yeah, I go, boys, what do you want to see? No, just stay there. No, continue what you're doing. Act like you're stealing my stuff. Boys, what do you want to see? Go potty? Sure.
Hey, bro. And I'd be like, bro, I train, just so you know, a lot.
And then you hear Bossy and T laugh very loud.
And they're blooding
Get him, Dad.
They're eating mud.
Get him, Dad. Get him, Dad.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on my back.
Your victim weight. It's just, you need people like that.
No, because if you're just a regular guy, I'm going to keep you busy nowadays. Now, here's the thing. Not if you're a black belt. I found out this black belt was nice to me, and I felt like I had done all right. And then he turned up a little.
Yeah,
turned up a little. Didn't go well. A lot of good jiu-jitsu here in Austin.
Yeah, I'll moved there.
Yeah, but if I apply myself, I think by the time I'm 70.
Time's on your side.
Time's on my side.
Time's on your side.
Can we get into Yamcha Gary?
Yeah, if you haven't seen the interviews though, it's tough.
What is he?
You know he's one of my. I've been glazing him forever.
I love him.
But you're confusing. So inside Jack Duggan, I think he has a chance to beat Islam.
Yeah.
He's such a great fighter.
Yeah.
Outside Duggan, complete cut.
Really?
You ever seen his interviews being like, I cry during Disney movies. Women should rule the world.
Oh, yeah.
You know what it is? And we have friends like this.
Yeah.
He's the friend that doesn't have any male friends around him, so he's only has his ears only to his girl, and then he gets put on this PR tour to promote the fight. And he's like, yeah, I cry during Disney movies. Oh yeah, all women should rule the world. You're like, oh, blah blah.
Yeah, I get it. I just like him so much. I think he's such a badass that I give him a pass. And I think his wife is so hot. Like, people were like, she's older. I was like, shut your stupid yap. She's beautiful. He makes it work. I don't know. I get it. I know what you're saying.
I don't think he's making it work. I think he's ruining his reputation. And he's actually turning people off.
Really?
Yep. I think he has the worst PR I've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about him, right? Not in a good way. She's so hot, by the way. That's right in my wheelhouse. So, but
dude, you should take your wife's last name. You like him so much. You fucking cunt. Do it. What's her last name?
Brady.
Brady?
Yeah.
Brady? Yeah. Are you saying Brady or Brady?
Well, we say
Anna Pam.
Well, you're saying I should take her last
Yeah, is it
name.
Rady?
It doesn't matter. Just what do you?
Brian Rady Count.
Yeah.
That's what you are.
I should hyphenate, right?
And then call her your partner.
She's my boss.
So I can stab you in the neck.
I had a friend say, I remember he goes, so you know, such and such. I go, I'm her guy, and I remember going, well, we've gone as far in this relationship as we
Well,
can
it's
go.
the end of the road, my man.
I was like, well, all right, if that's what you're gonna say.
Yeah, I was listening to one show. I forget what it was, and he's like, "Yeah, me and my partner went, oh fuck." Hold on, delete, never listen again. Okay, moving on. I have no idea if he's still alive, if he still does content. I just went, fuck.
Yeah, Dove, our wonderful Dove. This same guy was talking about. He was being a feminist, like he was saying about, women, same kind of thing. And Dove goes, I can't trust you.
Yeah, 100%.
Just like that. He goes, you're an ass.
My wife's like hardcore Latina. If in front of her I went, this is my partner Joanna, she'd go,
my
what
God.
the fuck are you doing?
Oh my God.
No, I'm your girl. What, partner?
Traditional.
Oh my God.
That's my wife. She's traditional. She's traditional. The men in the family. And women are smart and strong.
I traditionally mean normal. You're normal, not a cup.
Yeah. That's very true.
You want to hear some of it, or are you good?
Yeah.
Before you play it, I think the problem too is it's all an act. No one's believing.
There you go. Okay.
He's no different than Josh Hogan. So then even his brother came out and was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You say that
In other words, you're a savage, but you're pretending to be this. You're doing this thing.
But no,
He's playing a character.
I just think he's fake. And everyone smells it and they're like, buddy. Because he was like, I had a rough upbringing. My parents never believed in me. And his brother came out. I was like, what the fuck are you talking? His brother is like a normal 9-to-5er. I was like, what are you talking about? We grew up pretty blue collar. We had everything we ever asked for. Our parents support you nonstop. You're traveling the world doing boxing. Our dad, who was sick, had cancer, even supported you in boxing. Wow. He's like, you're the type of brother that borrows money from our parents and never pays them back.
Oh, wow.
He's like, you really want to do this? We didn't grow up rough. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what he's being.
He was like, the act has to stop, dude.
If that's your brother saying that.
And his brother's not an influencer. He was just like, hold on, enough's enough.
Wow.
And that's why everyone's like, hold up, what's going on with you?
Well, like the internet. The internet will find out if you're full of shit, right?
Well, they're going to tell you you're full of shit no matter what, but it's when people that know you,
Yeah.
like if I went on some weird rant saying I'm from the ghetto and I'm dirt poor and all, and you'd be like, buddy, you would take me aside, like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Of course. You need
And
friends. You need friends like that, right?
Yeah, and I think that's going on with Ian. Like, he's only hanging around his wife and her friends. And so they're like, you're going on a...
Well, I think I'm going to go with...
I think
I'm going to go with door number one, which is might be an act.
Yeah.
Might be there's some stuff going on here.
And the problem is, I think maybe thinks the audience is dumber than they are. Because everyone goes, whoa, we don't believe this.
Oh,
and
wow.
that's the turnoff.
Yeah.
And then you're not selling your fight anymore. Now the narrative's not, oh, he can beat Islam, which he can. The narrative is like, this guy sucked.
Oh, Ian Gary says the world would be a better place if women were in charge. Oh, really?
And look at that. Hold up. What's he doing? Go back, Jim. Buddy, who the fuck are these two? Why aren't you going to MMA outlets, Bubba? Why are you talking these two cuts?
Who are they?
Who knows? But they applaud him when he said he cries at every Disney movie. What are you doing?
Yeah, I think
She's my earth angel. She is my earth angel. She is the person who, when I need guidance, I go to her. And I feel like any smart man in the world should look at his wife and know that that's the person I need to listen to. Like, if the world was run by women, we'd all live in a better world. Like, it would all be simpler and easier. That's the fact of the matter. Yeah. You want to agree with it or not? Or you think, whatever it is, if women ruled the world and we just listen to them and let them
fucking
take over,
you're so
you
wrong.
would be an idiot.
They would outlaw UFC, first of all.
Yeah. But even those hosts are like, whoa, Bubba, you sure you want to... You sure you want to...
Those guys, by the way...
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? Ian, what are you doing? Go to me.
Well, what is that podcast? It's kind of a big pod.
Cucks are us? What are you doing? This is your way to sell the fight?
I think
now the narrative's
he's trying to be, I think what he's trying to be is complicated. I think he's trying to be like both things, and it's like, that's going to be my thing.
It ain't the way to go, Bubba.
No.
High Performance.
What's it called?
The High Performance Podcast. That did him more disservice than anything he's ever done. The UFC fan base? You know, I'm an Ian Garrett fan. And I watched. I went, great fighter. No.
Yeah.
I went, oh my god, because even Islam Makhachev was like, what the fuck, buddy? We're trying to sell the fight. You're fighting the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you talking about your wife? She's your earth angel. The fuck are you doing?
Yeah. Talk about being a
Talk about how you're gonna beat fucking Islam.
Yeah.
God damn it, you got. God damn it.
Yeah.
And just time with Eddie Hearn, I bet Eddie Hearn's like, okay, we're gonna have to let you go, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
One hosted coverage for BBC.
He's cool. That guy's cool.
I'm sure they're great. I don't know. But they should not allow their guests to speak that way.
You gotta be like, hey, we're gonna start this over.
Hey, it's just hold on, buddy. Listen,
you can't do that shit.
You got a UFC fight coming up.
Even those guys were like,
they were laughing like, oh, you're so right.
Wow.
That's tough.
Wow.
He's just not doing himself any favors.
If he wins, though, what happens?
He's still unlikable? No. Unfortunately, I think with the cuck stuff, which I never liked. Remember when they were saying, you know, he's a cuck? I didn't like any of that. I felt bad for him.
Yeah.
I think his family did too. And then he's like, yeah, say less. And then he does this shit. You just got to get out of your way.
Yeah.
He's the only fighter to ever say, don't do interviews. Don't do interviews.
He's just in his own way.
Be the mysterious gangster that's taking out, be the boogeyman.
Because he is a gangster, that guy. He's fucking...
Inside the octagon.
Yeah, man.
Outside the octagon, he's sitting down.
Right. The way he talks, he's just one of those, he's just a fighter, man. You know, I love him.
He's making it tough.
Yeah. Just so talented. You think what is your take on the Makhachev?
I mean, as we get closer, I'll give a legit breakdown, but he has a chance to, stylistically, he has a chance to beat him by decision. Like, he's not going to he's not a finisher. You know, his size and his IQ, he's a fucking tough night in the office for anybody. But then you watch this stuff, you're like, oh. And then the other reason you got to root for him, whether you like his cuckery or not, you should root for Ian to beat Islam, because Islam fights once a year. They only fight once a year, so it's fucking up the UFC. Ian, even with all this weird feminist shit he's doing, at least fight 3 times a year and defend the belt, and we get all the new contenders. It's tough to get contenders when your fucking champions fighting once a year.
Right.
That's what those guys do. They get the belt and they sit on it. It's a disaster for everybody. So you want Ian to win, just get the vision, the blood flowing.
Right.
Even with this cucker, you still want him to win.
When's that fight, by the way?
August 15th.
I'm looking forward to it. How Makhachev fights, what, twice a year?
Once a year.
Smart about it. Once a year.
Once a year.
Smart. To have a longer career.
Not smart.
No. Why?
Because A, he's talking about only having 1 or 2 fights left. B, when you're champ is when you make your money.
Only 1 or 2 fights left.
You know? That's when you make your money.
How old is he? Because he hasn't taken a lot of damage, but there's been a lot of training, right?
34.
Right? Well, we don't know. Maybe in practice, but wow, look at that record. God damn.
So he fought once, 2024. He fought, let me see, go check. So he fought at the beginning of the year in 2025.
Wow.
And then the end of the year.
Once a year. You don't think it's good? Why? Because there's more money to be made for it twice a year or something.
You're just holding up the division. You gotta defend your fucking belt, dude.
Why is he not?
That's what they do. That's what those guys do. They get the belt, they sit on it. Like if
But are they allowed to? Can't Dana White be like, you fight?
You can't do it. They're the champ. What are you gonna do? You could strip him, I guess. That's not what Dana does.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Hamzat's not that active. He was when he burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
During COVID. But then since then, those guys become champ. They sit. It's not good.
And during the, like, after they fight, like, for the 3 months after they fight, what do most fighters do? Just not train?
No, most of them go back to training.
because there was an athlete, I can't remember who it was. I think it's LeBron. During the off season, he's super, super careful. Like what he'll do is mostly PT. Like he doesn't even lift that much and stuff.
Mister. Yeah. And it's also basketball, right? So we kind of just run him, right? It's not UFC. So what was LeBron? Does he chill? Does he? He's also what, 42?
Why does he have to go there? Why does he have to?
It's clear as day. The guy's on all sorts of gear, which I recommend if you're playing basketball.
Yeah. But
yeah. Oh, does he chill in the offseason?
Yeah.
He has basketball, right?
Yeah, but when he was
younger, he did.
But as a fighter, when you want to recover, so you recover, right? So you're.
Depends how about what type of fight it was. But you also got to get it back on the horse.
You got it back on the
horse. That's what's so tough about the UFC.
You're still sparring.
You're not in camp, but you're still. And you also got to be a good training partner. There's nothing worse than when you have a fight, you expect everyone to show up, you fight, and then you're out till you get a fight it out. It's like, that's not a training partner.
Yeah.
You're just using the guy.
So train year round, but.
Everyone trains year round.
Yeah. Who is that?
It's Connor. Brandon was tripping on him, doing, like, what the hell's called? Like,
by the way, this is interesting to me.
There's no way in the 20s.
You know what I'm saying? This is very interesting to me.
Also, there's no swelling in either knee.
Yeah.
There's no sign of surgery.
Yeah, so my feeling, he didn't get surgery. So my feeling is, I'm going to say it, well, is it possible he just didn't want to fight that night?
God, that'd be tough. He's that good of an actor. Have you seen Roadhouse?
Look.
I know, but have you seen Roadhouse? There's no way he's that good.
But, like, maybe it got tweaked and it was so painful.
But he never wore a brace like
you
that.
You did see his knee kind of come out.
Yeah, you saw that in the fight.
So, you did see it. But he was fucking nervous, man. He was nervous.
Have you seen the video of him watching Paddy Pimblett?
No.
He's in the back and Paddy gets that 52-second finish and you see him go, shit. He's kind of like, fuck, now I'm up. Oof. Like Paddy stole the energy.
He stole the energy. What is this?
He looks so nervous.
He's so nervous, he's mouth breathing.
You can feel the.
He's so nervous. I don't blame him. So fucking nervous.
Yeah, then Paddy goes out and puts on a fucking.
Do you think he's so nervous partially because he didn't train hard enough for this fight?
No, I think he trained hard for the fight. I think 5-year layup. 5 years is a long time.
It's forever.
Yeah, it's not like
it's so long.
Especially at that, and you're coming back in the main event against Max Holloway,
and you're not even training probably for most of that 5 years. You were
training.
You're right.
Sniffing coke off girls' ass.
Jesus, that's a problem. Yeah, man, he's doing a bunch of stuff. Like it's like I don't know. I don't know.
That bothers me. I see it. I'm like, this ain't good.
Oh, let's see this. Yeah, that's a. You can see that. That's a. There's something going on there. No. I know what you're thinking. It's appropriate.
There's no swelling.
Hey, what does this guy say?
It breaks out a lot of the injuries that happen in the UFC fights.
What up, dude?
But you at least don't see
Oh,
that
hello.
stereotype kind of
Just giving you a heads up. I can't really talk right now. I've got a podcast coming up. I hope you have a good day, though.
that this was an ACL.
Sure.
Looking at it from this view is a little bit better because we can see
Oh, shit, I didn't know what you were doing.
he goes and jumps off of that right side, twists as he lands down. This is a really awkward position for the knee, right? We can see a couple of different things. Number one, we can see how his trunk is leaning over that injured side. That's a strike against you when it comes to an ACL tear.
Yeah.
We can see that he's landing on a relatively flat foot. That's going to be strike number 2. That foot's a little bit rotated.
I think he hurt his knee.
This is not a 3-strike.
I mean, you know what I mean? He had to have hurt his knee. He fell down.
Yeah, I don't know. Like him doing leg extensions, but he's not dumb enough. Like
you could tweak your knee though and be like
tweak it, hyperextend it.
Yeah. And then it's like so painful initially,
And then
right?
get back up, happens again.
I'm gonna give him that benefit of the doubt. I don't
Me
think.
too. I don't think he's faking it, but he also, if he wasn't injured, he would have posted a video of him doing leg extensions. That's him being like, look, my knee's actually okay, I guess.
Well,
He should have posted that video.
What it means is I'm ready to fight soon, right?
You're seeing pain him soon.
Dana White did come out recently saying he's out for a year. That's all I
He's
heard.
doing prehab and leg extension exercise. Okay, so he did tear his ACL and meniscus.
No one's confirmed it. He hasn't confirmed that. Dana confirmed it, but Connor's never said he's torn his ACL.
He did on a post, but
Did he?
yeah, like he just wrote down it's ACL thing, blah
But
blah.
he didn't say torn.
Oh yeah.
He's never put the words torn ACL.
Who's that girl? I'm just curious.
Just a fucking ring card girl from
Why is she there? Oh, it's an interview?
Yeah. No, it's a Forbidden Knuckle. She's a ring card girl. You know, he's never came out and said torn ACL. It is the same injury as the first Holloway fight, but this time opposite leg. That's what's weird.
Wow. I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened.
Yeah. It's just weird. Yeah, it's just I guess what causes some skeptical hippo eyes is no swelling, leg extensions, the short after ACL tear. But I give him the benefit of the doubt. Because he wouldn't post that video if he wasn't really injured. I don't. It's weird. It's weird. You gotta give him the benefit of the doubt.
I do. I give it to him.
You have to.
But I do think that it's kind of, yeah.
I would have posted that video.
I just think it's also, I don't know if we'll see him again.
You'll see him again because he wants out of that contract. You'll see him again. But
So does this count as the one fight?
of course.
Okay. So now he's got one more
Yeah, one more.
to get out of the
They'll
contract.
do it to get out of the contract. Yeah.
All right. Who do they give him? Again, Max?
Who knows? It's so far out. Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
It literally just happened.
I think I'd like to see him fight.
Chandler.
Patty Pendleton.
If you don't like Connor, it's a terrible fight for him.
I think he boxes Patty up. I think Patty grabs him though with wrestling, but I think it's a good fight.
No.
You don't?
Based off what?
I think he's a better striker than Patty.
Oh yeah. Based off what? 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
There you go.
At 55.
Oh, do you have a hot tub? Do you have a time machine?
I don't have a time machine.
So you're doing the same shit?
At 55.
You're doing the same thing?
Bring him down to 55.
Connor ain't going to 55.
Peptides, Bubba.
Said he'll never go to 55 again.
Get him on. Let me talk to Merrick.
Can't do peptides. We'd have to get out of the testing protocol.
Oh. Oops.
You know what I'm saying? It's like we're all basing what Connor would do based off 5 years ago, which he lost the fight.
He lost the fight.
So what are we basing on?
By the way, good point. Didn't finish that fight.
No.
He finished that fight. So technically, you say last time he fought was.
And you talking about Patty? You just submitted a contender in 50 seconds.
Yeah.
He's going to lose to
Yeah.
Connor hasn't won in 7
I
years.
still want to see it. They're both blonde. I want to see Clash of the Blondes.
No, Patty has bigger fish to fry. Patty will fight Ilya.
That's a tough one for Patty. Tough one for Patty.
I think that's what they're going to do. Or they do Patty Max since they're both ready to go.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's fun too.
That'd be a fun fight.
But no, you're not getting Patty Connor.
You're not.
No. I mean, if Patty were to fight this year and lose, then maybe they would do it.
Yeah.
But you're not going to do Patty.
Man, what a great
Surgeon
comeback. What a
contender.
great comeback from Patty Pendleton. What a tough fucker.
What else you got, Jay?
All right, let's see. Let's go.
Ruptured testicle.
Ruptured testicle.
You want to see that one?
Sure.
Grower swings on the first pitch and fouls it off himself. He's still down.
Oh, he fucking hit.
Go back to him.
See here, Dallas.
Oh, well, that's going to bring you to your knees, dude.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
He's still down.
Yeah, I don't know that that's much an ice pack can take
I
care
don't
of.
really know what the protocol for this was.
Catch your breath.
We get your pants off. We take a look at that ball, and that ball's going to be this big.
It's not the pitchers. Oh. It looks like it's a big wiener, too. You'd think the trunk would protect it. I love this comic. It's wearing every piece of equipment suit up like a medieval knight, but no cup.
That's right. Damn. baseball.
If you're a catcher, you probably should, but outside that, no.
Although there's that, right? That can happen.
There's that freaking big incident.
Did he hit again?
He looks like he's ready to go there.
Oh wow. Suffered a rupture.
Not doing great, though. His face is all, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, it's gotta hurt. Oh fuck. Yeah.
What's this shit?
Let me go.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Man, some of these pages don't load this. I was pissed off. But check this out. This is from Donut Operator. You know this guy? It's like ex-military.
Yeah.
Or cop or something. Yeah. All right. So anyway, here's his video.
This is so bad.
So you saw it. It was his son beating up a dad with a baseball bat.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
And shooting number 2, this is wild. As I said in the beginning of this video, I don't think I've ever seen anyone shot so many times. I'm hoping the officer wasn't missing him every single time. He had to have hit him a few times. Let's just jump right into it. An officer responds to a domestic violence call pulled up to a man
who's horrific,
beating his father in the head with a baseball bat. The officer ordered him to drop it, but he completely ignored the commands and kept swinging even after the officer initially shot him. The officer fires 18 rounds. Let's just play the clip.
This is nuts.
Hey, officer, can you speed up though?
And there was a woman filming us. She was going, shoot him, shoot him.
Set them up.
Get back down! Get back down! Put it down! Sister, stop it up! Put it down!
Oh, he keeps hitting the dad? Oh, wow, the guy's still going?
His body shots.
What the fuck?
It looks like the first 5
kill that guy?
just didn't affect him, and then...
No, hold on. Did the guy swing in the back?
Oh, yeah, that dude was dead. His father's dead.
Oh my
He
God.
caved his head in. He just kept going and going and going.
Yeah, killed his father.
Oh my
Who
God.
knows? That's yeah. That's you don't expect your son to kill you.
How'd that guy eat so many rounds?
That's what I had to read up on
Says
too.
not all the rounds hit Robert Lee Jenkins, the Connecticut officer in Surgeon. Several rounds struck Jenkins before he dropped the bat and fell to the ground.
So one of the things they tell you is that body shots, unless even if you get hit in the heart, you don't go down right away. You want to shoot to the dome. You can't, like a lot of times guys can take a shitload of shots before they go down. A lot.
And then especially if they're on shit too, they definitely.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Now, if you suffer the spine, you hit the head, okay. And they say this, like those Delta guys will talk about the T-zone, I think it's called, right here. You're 100% done. They shoot for here, and then you're goodbye. It doesn't matter how much PCP. It's like killing a zombie. That right there. But
that's wild.
Yeah, your body can take a lot.
He just caved in his dad's face?
Yeah, like nonstop. And he was 38, and the dad was like 69.
I wonder what the dad did.
I'm sure they mentioned before he had like a history of mental problems. Obviously.
I have a friend who's afraid of his son. Son's older. You know, remember that? What was the story about Rob Reiner and his kid?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My friend said, I think about it all the time with my son because his son has mental health issues. Yes, his son's probably 30. Yeah.
That's scary. That'd be horrific.
This one too is also crazy.
Hold up. Rewind that?
Yeah, it's it.
Why is the little girl kicking another girl in the head?
So there was a foul, and I think the little girl fouled the girl, but check this out.
Is it indoor soccer?
It's called football. Twice, and then she swings on this girl.
That little girl got anger problems.
Yeah, so she's suspended for 5 years or banned for 5 years.
I was going to say 5 games.
5 years. No. 5 years is appropriate.
Well, 5 years for 5 years for her entire career.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what that sport is, but you're not playing that sport anymore.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to take your time back.
O'Reilly Auto Parts, guys, if you want auto parts, if you want to get your battery tested when you're in the car or out of the car, if you want a brake light fixed, if you want windshield wipers, they have literally everything in store, helpful service and staff. They don't have it in stock. They will get it for you online. They always have it. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Hello, and welcome to Pluto Phone. If you know the name of the movie you'd like to see, just stream it for free on Pluto TV, where all your blockbuster favorites are landing all summer long. Catch Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy. Fantastic. The Matrix Trilogy.
Welcome to the real world.
Mean Girls.
Shut up.
Titanic.
I'm the king of the world.
And so much more. For showtimes, press nothing. They're free 24/7.
That is so effective.
On Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Oh no. Whoa.
I'll show you that one later. Oh, this one. This one's
Okay, so this is, by the way, this is Banff. Okay, I was gonna hike in Banff. Okay, I was gonna hike in Banff, which is outside of Vancouver, I think, or Calgary, one or the other. And it's beautiful. Here's the problem: grizzlies
everywhere, right?
Everywhere.
Let me see
And
that
the
trap.
big mountain lions.
No, and you're not allowed to, because it's Canada, you're not allowed to have firearms. Okay, so it's just bear spray only.
You just followed him?
Yep.
Craig is too close.
You're too close. Look, sit down. Look. What are we going to do? We got to get off the trail. He wants the beer.
We'll give him food. Are you defending your fucking cheese sandwiches?
Do you
Just toss him
have
some food?
Do you have bear spray? First of all.
Or if you do have the food, just toss your fucking lunch to the giant grizzly bear and move along with your day.
Well, that's for sure. But
Because he
also,
wants the food.
a grizzly also wants to eat you.
Yeah, but I'll settle for a ham sandwich.
Oh yeah. I mean, if he might be too casual, but I think he's got bear spray in his hand.
He does. He has bear spray. But the problem is, what most
First of
people...
all, I'm not hiking where I need bear spray. I will hike with a shotgun.
Yeah. You can't
With
do
slugs and shoot him in the fucking head.
that.
But I would anyway. I'll carry a 45.
Well, at least he has bear spray.
Yeah, and
I guess if you spray him, it ramps him up.
Yeah, so you're supposed
better hit.
He did, apparently, considering what happened, he did pretty well, but everyone's complaining, which makes sense, about the little dog. It's supposed to be leashed, and she's not picking up the dog, she's just filming. I would pick up the dog immediately.
The last thing I would do is film.
I agree, but she probably wants him
Pick
to
up
die.
your dog. Yes, you want him to die. Yes, you want to film it.
Yeah. I like the man putting himself between his dog and his lady.
You're too close, Carl.
My first wife broke up with her boyfriend because they went hiking in Colorado, and it was her sister, her mom, and her dad, and they were hiking, and he was walking ahead. She just sees him. He's running back, and he goes like this. He goes, he's pointing this way. He goes, mountain lion. I just saw a mountain lion, and just leaves them in the dust. Just leaves them.
Were you upset too that you guys broke up?
What's that?
Were you upset too?
What do you mean?
If it's her boyfriend.
No, dude,
It's her boyfriend too.
No, bro, this is before.
Oh,
I got
thought it was
married to
like
the son of a
Oh my
bitch.
god, dude, I totally misread that.
No, I'm not.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
This was a long time ago. I don't know him.
Oh, I didn't.
Right, bro?
I didn't know.
Yeah, man.
I figured you guys were close.
No, bro, I'm not close to the guy.
I don't know. Maybe it's like your trainer.
Well, we have a timeshare, but I mean, that's
Yeah,
but we take turns. And she was like, she broke up in the car. She gets in. She goes, "You, see ya. Get out of here."
Just ran down the hill.
Goodbye. We left them.
What else you got, Jim?
Anyway, there's the couple, they're charged, which is good. And it says it could be up to, which is not going to happen, but it could be fines up to $25,000.
Why are they charged though?
Because they're supposed to have the dog on the leash.
And that maybe the bear wanted the dog, or
They just said that causes way more danger than needs to be.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the dog didn't seem to be very useful here, which because the dog's smart, and he's like, I'm not gonna fuck with that giant.
There was like a professional grizzly guy that was like studies grizzly bears. He was like, I know there should have been on the leash, but for everything that happened, they kind of did it well, slowly backing up.
Besides the dog?
But the dog also, he was like, and the dog, it didn't like go crazy. It was just making sure that the bear knows that he notices him, goes bark, bark, and then he comes back, bark, bark.
Can I move?
But still, come on, leash here. Let's see, should we do this one?
I didn't realize Ryan Clark, like they changed rules because of that motherfucker.
He was bad.
Yeah, we're not. But this one's crazy. This is in India.
Oh, dude.
leopard in a litter.
Jesus.
No.
The Jaguar dropped out of Home Depot or something?
The store salesman Sanjay Gujar into the shop in Rajasthan, northern India, when he went in to clean and do the accounts. CCTV shows the leopard jumping over the counter before attacking him. The owner of the store, Mukesh Gujar, told CNN that Gujar suffered injuries to his face, chest, and both shoulders, but that he's now doing well.
Every second,
The salesman ran outside and pulled down the store's shutters, trapping the leopard inside. He said the Forest Department rescue team then came, tranquilized the leopard, and took it away.
They let it go back in the wild.
Yeah, they're
That's
amazing.
cool.
Amazing animals.
Jesus Christ, India, man.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, he's just
So
walking up to the store and checking out.
So in India, in Bombay, Calcutta, leopards come into the city at night and kill dogs, cats,
Right.
wild dog, and even people. Yeah. If you're an old lady, if you're a kid, very dangerous.
See ya.
No, I'm not sure what this one is, but it's not loading that one, so let's see. Oh, this. Oh, you see. What were you?
What happened there?
The sprinklers did it.
So she jumps. She wanted to.
Get up, Janine, you got this. I sure do. I'm doing your blues.
Hey, spaz.
She tried jumping. It says the pitch. I assume this is soccer. She tried jumping in. It looks like practice.
I think it's baseball.
See it again. It's just so fun.
Yeah, it's not even like zoomed in.
Your friends are dying.
Here we go, man.
Get up and go, bitch. I'm on it, ladies. Her friends are dying.
That's really.
It's just funny. Both the falls.
Nice job.
And the spread is awesome.
It's actually so unattractive. I would never date her. I can't. I don't want my kids to be spazzes.
Even the way she falls, it's just so funny.
It's just unattractive.
Look how she falls.
I know. See you later. If I was my girlfriend, I would just leave. All right, tell her I had to get out of the girlfriend to die. Like, oh man, sorry, I had to run. I was dying. I was dying from secondhand embarrassment, as Rogan would say.
All right, this is the Usher tour, and you know they always him and Chris Brown they bring girls on stage do like a one-on-one thing, and then check out how this girl responds.
Wait. Who is that guy?
That's Usher.
Oh,
he's jacked now too.
He's jacked. I've seen Usher in person. Usher is roughly 5'8", 5'7", and about 135.
Really?
Big and white.
He looks big.
Very. So he brought a very attractive girl on stage.
Attractive.
Don't do it.
Oh, he's expecting her to like make out with him.
He's not that attractive.
Look, he's like. He's mad. What you want him to do? Suck him off? Good for her, though.
Yeah, she's
good
like,
for her. She's like, what do you want me to do? Make out with you and grind on fucking stage?
Also, you're a little older, and yeah, I know you're jacked, but that's not that attractive. It's just weird, man. He's a smart guy. He's really talented, but
first off, nobody was declined to go on stage. I look good as fuck. You thought I was, 1,000 people see me on the big screen where you bitches will never be. My mom and she's with her mom. The team approached us and moved us to VIP before the show even started. Pretty privileges, something you hoes will never know about.
For her.
They don't say who you're going to go up there for. Y'all want me to get up there and fuck him? Chat folks aren't used to anything. That's the most exciting thing that would have happened in your last lives. F y'all, disrespectfully.
Good for
Slow
you.
down. Yeah, she's
Good for you, girl. I like her. She's a fucking gangster.
Oh, so his team sought her out because obviously she's hot, very hot. And it was like, hey, why don't you front row? And she's like, cool, I'm with my mom. I'm not gonna suck him off on
She's not
stage.
taking shit from that. She's a lady.
Usher's like, she ain't down. She's like, yeah, I'm a fucking lady.
Good for you, Gabrielle Cheyenne.
Yeah, I'm with her, man.
I'm with you, man. She's awesome.
Pull the next picture. There are more pictures.
That's white material right there.
Yeah, she's great.
She's too classy for
Look
him.
at his face. Oh, she
Like,
ain't
I
gonna
just get that, bro.
She not gonna suck my nuts. She ain't gonna suck my asshole on stage.
I'm happy with his body.
yeah, I didn't know he was that jacked.
It's cool.
It's like,
He's been doing it,
But some people were saying that I didn't look deep into it, but this is supposedly with Chris Brown as well. And then some people say maybe she was waiting for Chris Brown, and then she got Usher. Because they didn't say who she would go up
Chris
for.
Brown's a stud, but even then,
No,
it's
but
all
I
weird.
don't think she was down for
It's
any
all
of that.
awkward.
She's like, I'm with my mom,
Yeah.
dude. You're trying to rub your nuts in my face on stage. Like, I'm a fan. I'm not trying to lick your nuts on stage.
It's awkward.
Good for her.
How old is Usher?
55.
Yeah, he's older.
There's no way.
He's probably
He's older.
48.
I'm going to say he's 50.
I bet he's 48.
Yeah.
Right?
He might be 50. And that's
Oh shit, 47.
47, Bob.
There you go. Texas native.
Also check this out.
Does she get messed up?
Yes.
I don't
Is
want
that a
to
dog?
messed up.
She's super hostile. They're being cool. See, she's being aggressive towards her.
Don't do it. Don't do it, lady.
Oh, and she just hit her for no
Can't do
reason.
that. You can't hit her like that.
That might be her brother.
It's her son.
Man, I feel like this girl's gonna be okay. Because she attacked her and she just tossed her on the ground. Then
Yeah, she was like punching her. She like,
yeah, she was
That
defending
old
herself.
lady.
That old lady's way out of line.
I know, but it's also fucking. It's all bad. It's
Yeah,
all
play
bad.
stupid games, win stupid prizes.
You can't do that.
No, I bet she doesn't do that again. Call her. I bet she doesn't do that again.
Yeah,
I was just with Rampage.
oh yeah. Dude, did they live stream with you there as well?
No.
Okay, good.
How's he doing?
He's great.
He's great.
This is just funny.
He's good people.
Watch out, walk away.
Oh, he cheated.
He got called cheating. He cheated. He was cheating, huh? Oh,
Married me last weekend?
he married you last weekend? Oh, what the fuck is wrong with him, girl? You are perfect. I would never cheat on you that much.
I would never cheat on you that much. I would never cheat on you that much. I would never.
Yeah,
Rampage.
that's pretty much it.
All right, I gotta be like a racehorse.
All right.
Let's do it.
Did it again, buddy.
Are you on the road this weekend?
Sure, I'm not.
That's good. All right, kids. This is the Father and Kid. We're out.
Patterson, and 2.5 years for Hans Kim. So you're looking at who's ready for the best fucking New Year's Eve ever?
Redman coming to you live from an arena.
This is the greatest fucking live comedy show in the history of comedy.
You don't like comedy? Just leave it alone. Just leave it the fuck alone. Are you this three-dimensional character, you little bitch?
Keep my man's name out your fucking mouth!
Back on my stand-up tour at the end of January, hitting all the spots that I didn't hit on the Fully Grown tour before this. Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle. You're next. January 25th, 26th, and 27th. And then Los Angeles, California, I do stand-up. Denver, Colorado, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Boston, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, Houston, St. Louis, Nashville, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. I'm so pumped for these upcoming dates. Really excited for you to see it. Taking some of my favorite openers with me. You may recognize some of them. Get tickets now at TonyHinchcliffe.com. This is going to be my last stretch of the stand-up tour for the rest of 2024. It's all just performing in Austin and Kill Tony from there. So hope to see you soon.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives tonight, huh? Yippee! Make some noise for Redman, everybody. We've been doing this little show for over a decade. It is the #1 live podcast in the world, Kill Tony. How you guys feel? Good? Shout out to Gel Blaster, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, NinjaBuses.com, Hall Law Firm, Austin Security Guard Service, and Connect Mobile Health. You can get an IV drip. Use the code KILL15 to save 15%. Here's a little bit more for the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Redman's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstrifatx.com for tickets.
Hey y'all, going online without ExpressVPN is like changing while leaving your window wide open. You might not have anything to hide, but why give random creeps a chance to invade your privacy? When you go online without a VPN, internet service providers, ISPs, can see every single website you visit. They can legally sell this information without your consent to ad companies and tech giants who then use your data to target you. Red Band?
Yeah, if you're at a local coffee shop, if you're at the airport, do you know how easy it is for people to just get into your stuff? It's easy to use. No one can track you. Once you have that VPN in, it's like disguising yourself in front of a bunch of people wearing a mask. No one knows who you are.
Browse more anonymously. When you use ExpressVPN, ISPs cannot see your online activity. Your identity is anonymized by a secure VPN server. Just fire up the app and click one button. It's super easy to use on all devices, phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can be protected. I love the fact that when I'm online, whether it's emailing with a future Kill Tony guest or paying a dumb bill or even ordering some local barbecue, ExpressVPN makes sure that it's for my eyes only. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/killtony today. That's expressvpn.com/killtony, and you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/killtony. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? You guys big fans of the show? How many of you have been big fans of the show for a long time? Well, you guys are in for a treat because this is the return. It's been years pre-pandemic since we had this guy on as a guest, and he is one of the record holders for all-time guest appearances. And one of the all-time greats, someone who is in more than anything, on top of being nominated for an Emmy as an actor and so many great things he's been on, but truly he is one of my favorite comedians on planet Earth, and a lot of your favorite comedians' favorite comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the return of one of my all-time favorites, the great and powerful Kirk Fox, everybody. Huge. Now sit here, Kirk. Over here. Fuck yeah. The great Kirk Fox, everybody. Reservation Dogs, Parks and Rec. To do jury duty up for an Emmy. But more than anything, one of the fucking real comedians of our era at the Comedy Store. A fucking legend and a legend.
Know about that, but it seems important to you, so we'll just...
It is. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Is this the right mic? I don't want to interrupt you. I know the rules you gave me, but is this the mic you want me on?
Okay, no. Is that you? Do you do that? Hold on. Don't press on the thing.
Man, I don't want any trouble. Just like that.
Is that good? We got that? Okay.
But that was next to me. You understand why I grabbed it?
Totally.
Okay, so someone fucked up already.
It's true.
Good.
Put that away to never be used again.
Okay. Frame it.
We're going to have fun. Kirk, you know how it works. Over 200 souls signed up for the chance to get 1 minute on this stage here tonight if I pull their name out of the
alive,
bucket.
right? Souls?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. But that would get scary if it was just see death here.
In the spotlight.
Okay.
But yes, you know how it works. They get 60 seconds.
I mean, it's been a while, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted.
I know.
60
I know.
seconds.
I know. We're just getting the kinks out. I'll be done in a second.
And you know the time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which just interrupts them. And I ask them a bunch of questions, and we find out more about who we pulled out of the bucket. I'm going to pre-pull right now our first comedian. They have to go across the street to a special bar and get the person. I believe they yell it. What do you yell it through a megaphone, Colt? You do? Yeah. All right. Well, there he goes. I didn't even know that. I've always wondered, like, why would someone just yell the name?
You store them across the street? Is this what happens?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bar.
I want to keep souls in here, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
A new bar. I'm with you, Tony.
I take the humans to the bar, we keep the souls here.
I like it.
Anyway, I interview them. The whole thing's improvised. It's all crazy. You guys know where you're at. You guys ready to have a great fucking show tonight or what? Well, while they get that poor person from across the street, we're gonna get the show started with a fucking legend of the show, everybody. You know him as a guy that used to live in his fucking van, and now I tell you, he's living his dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know the word. You guys know the words?
Thank you for that long song. I have been putting dryers all throughout my neighborhood because I want to catch a stepmom. I love taking Ubers. You know it's going to be a good Uber.
Back on my stand-up tour at the end of January, hitting all the spots that I didn't hit on the Fully Grown tour before this. Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle. You're next. January 25th, 26th, and 27th. And then Los Angeles, California, I do stand-up. Denver, Colorado. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Boston, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, Houston, St. Louis, Nashville, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. I'm so pumped for these upcoming dates. Really excited for you to see it. Taking some of my favorite openers with me. You may recognize some of them. Get tickets now at TonyHinchcliffe.com. This is going to be my last stretch of the stand-up tour for the rest of 2024. It's all just performing in Austin and Phil Tony from there. So hope to see you soon.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe!
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives tonight, huh? Fuck yeah. Make some noise for Red Band, everybody. Live in the flesh, the real deal. This is Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Gel Blaster, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, NinjaBuses.com, Hall Law Firm, Austin Security Guard Service, and Connect Mobile Health, where you can get an IV drip by using the promo code KILL15 and save 15%, become fully hydrated. How about a hand for the best damn band in the land, everybody? Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Paul Niemer on the horns with a new Coca-Cola sponsorship. That is the madman, Matt Mueling, on the electric guitar. The great John Dees on the keys. And indeed, the backbone, the madness on the bass guitar, everybody. Very exciting stuff ahead. Before we start, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bone's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstrifatx.com for tickets.
Hey everybody, whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients and chef-crafted recipes at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door.
Each HelloFresh box is packed with farm-fresh ingredients, and everything arrives pre-portioned right to your doorstep for less hassle and less wasted food.
Don't let recipe boredom strike, because HelloFresh has more options than ever before. Dig into their biggest menu yet with over 45 dinner options to choose from weekly, and even more market add-on items that suit any lifestyle. I absolutely love it. It makes it easy and convenient for me If I'm in a hurry or it's late at night, it's super convenient to have HelloFresh in my corner and in my refrigerator.
I love HelloFresh. I have a problem with always ordering to-go food and delivery and stuff. Every time I go to the grocery store, I just buy way too much stuff and it always goes bad. With HelloFresh, it's so great. You get a box, you get all the ingredients already portioned out for you. It's in the simple recipes. Next thing you know, you are a home chef, and it's only a short amount of time, and then you have the real meal.
Go to HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree and use code KTShowFree for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/KTShowFree with code KTShowFree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? We're going to have a lot of fun. You know, we've had a lot of, we have debuted a lot of guests on this show. I remember when it was Shane Gillis' first time. I remember Tim Dillon's first time. I remember Adam Ray's first time. A lot of the greatest guests in our history. It all starts with one appearance. This is this guy's first time on as a guest. One of the top young rising comedians out of New York, has a brand new special out on YouTube. Makes noise for the great Louis Katz, everybody. It's Louis, everyone. Not that Louis. It's another Louis. It's Louis Katz. Just sit here, Louis. Slide on down. Fuck yeah. Louis Katz. Special present tense at Louis Katz. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode? That's what I'm talking about. You know, we have a lot of the best guests in the world on this show, and some of them I introduced to y'all before they are tremendously fucking famous. These are two guys that the entire world will know of. I mean, and if you don't already, they've been on the show multiple times. These guys are about to blow the fuck up. Two guys that are a huge part of the Austin comedy scene. On all the shows, almost all the shows that we do around here with Rogan and Segura and Tim Dillon and Shane Gillis and everybody. Make some noise for two of the best in the world, two of my top young favorite rising comedians on planet Earth. It's Derek Poston and Hassan Ahmad, ladies and gentlemen. Make some fucking noise for our guests. Derek Poston. You know him. He does arenas for Schultz. The great Hassan Ahmad. Survived the 9/11 hijacking. He's a rare survivor. He was flying one of the planes that hit the eject button at the last second. Not a lot of people know that. He paraglided out of there. He didn't have a parachute. He paraglided out of the plane. Son, tell them about that. You were very young at the time.
You know, Indian people, we achieve early. You know, so.
How old were you during 9/11?
Old enough to do it.
Okay.
I'll tell you that right now.
The great Derek Poston, famous for Arenas with Schultz, the Flagrant Podcast with Andrew Schultz, a huge member of the Schultz clan. How did you get to start working with Andrew Schultz? How does that go down exactly? Tell these people just the types of things that I fucking do.
Tony hooked it up. He said, he texted me, saying, hey, bro, all you gotta do is suck Andrew Schultz's dick one time, dog, and you go on the tour. No. He set it up, though, bro. This is the big OG. He's the reason I'm doing a lot of the shit I'm doing, so I'm very thankful.
Schultz texted me, he said, who do you think would be a good feature for me in Austin, Texas? I said, I got exactly the guy. They fell in love, and they worked together ever since. He famously talked about how you love trannies on the Flagrant Podcast.
Still do. Happily married, still do.
Absolutely. He just got married. How about a hand for that, everybody? But you guys have done the show multiple times. You know how it works. A ton of people signed up for the chance to get 60 seconds uninterrupted on the stage. You know their time is up, and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which just interrupts them, and then I conduct an interview, and we talk to them. We find out more about them. The entire thing is crazy. Anything can happen, and we're all going to live it here together in the moment. Are you guys ready for this shit? I'm going to pre-pull a name. We're going to get them from the bar across the street. Sweet little, dirty little poor choices of brand new adventure from our good friend Nick, who famously owned Vulcan Gas Company. He's got a new bar.
Really small ceilings.
They just started to take over. They are much lower ceilings than Sunset. Could be the second best comedy club on the street in no time whatsoever. They are a microphone away from having the second best comedy club on the street. Woo! Poor choices. Let's right across the street. Our good friends own it. How about a hand for Nick and Kirk here in the house? So while we go wrangle whoever that was that I just pulled out of the bucket, we're going to get one of our absolute historical regulars up here, a fucking legend in the game, an absolute Korean thug, if you will. Ladies and gentlemen, we found him absolutely doing nothing but open mics, making $0 a month doing stand-up comedy. Now he's got the Rolex, he's got the white girlfriend, he's got it all going for him. He's rich, he sells out all over the world now. This is Hans Kemp. This is Hans Kemp. Make some noise for motherfucking Hans Kemp.
Thank you. I have a Bangladeshi roommate, and sometimes he cooks food so smelly I have to take a shit with the door open. Just to get rid of the smell. I have been sending a lot of Ozempic to the Palestinians in Gaza, so it's easier for them to dodge the bombs. And if they do get hit, there's less mess to clean up. I hate it when ugly people act like them dating is the same thing as when hot people date like me. It's like the difference between the NFL and Major League Soccer. It's like, yeah, you're playing on the same field, but no one wants to see what you're doing. All right, thank you.
That was Hans Kemp. That was Hans Kemp. That was Hans Kemp. That was Hans Kemp. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Hans. How are you?
Good, I'm good.
That was great. Good set.
Thank you so much. That means so much to me, Tony.
Jesus Christ, this guy is the most autistic fucking robot. How do you have both? How is it possible that you're autistic and robot-like?
I just am Asian. I think this is what Asians are like. Hello.
Hello, indeed. I love it. So, how much of that's real? Because we heard recently that a roommate complained about the smell of your kimchi, and now you're complaining about the smell of your roommate's food. So it seems
it's totally made up. I don't even know where I came up with that shit. I think it was from a long time ago, and I looked through my notes, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, I could do that, you know, that joke.
Yeah, son of a...
So full disclosure, I am the Bangladeshi roommate that he's talking about. And stinks. And no, first of all, I don't cook. Second of all, bro, this motherfucker is the worst roommate when it comes to food I have ever seen in my entire life. This guy once cooked ribs and then left the state. I'm talking about put the ribs in the oven, set it to 45 minutes, and then caught a plane to go to a weekend somewhere else. Just left the ribs.
This is amazing. Only recently did we get to talk with Hans's father. Hans on every single week, and now we are finding out the roommate perspective of Hans Kemp. Now we know famously Red Band has it right here in front of me. This is my actual first time seeing it. I've only heard of how he has a Camelback water hanging above his bed with a tube so that he can lay in bed and just feed himself like some kind of fucking Korean hamster or some shit like that. And it is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, yeah, your pillows are hanging out of the pillowcase, and you have the tag side of the pillow hanging out of the hole. You know, you're supposed to put that on the inside, Hans.
So that's my girlfriend's bed.
Ooh.
Wow, she should know this.
I used her bed as a thing, so now everyone thinks that's my bed. They're commenting about how poor I am.
Yeah.
It's the tag.
It does look very shitty. There's like shit on the walls. So it turns out your white girlfriend is like one of the dirty whites. I can say that. I'm a white guy.
I like to think of her.
It was the race. I'd have Derek say it. Okay, all right. I don't think maybe we were all thinking of something else there. She's a dirty white.
She's distracted. She's busy being hot and pretty, and it's I think a lot of my job to like clean up after her.
Really? Is that true? Guy that leaves ribs and leaves steak?
Yeah, I mean I clean up her little whippets that she does.
I have come home before and there's just been a box of empty canisters.
Hold on a second. This is brand new. This is unbelievable that we always find out something new about you. How your girlfriend has a serious whippet addiction?
Yeah, like I'll bring it up as a joke, like yeah, that's what the whippet queen would say, and she's like, why'd you have to bring it up? I have to go get whippets now.
It's fucked up. Shit. Does she do them every day?
No. She does them like when her friend is around her.
She has a specific friend that they do whippets together?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
She's been on Kill Tony before, the friend.
Okay.
She's ratchet.
Okay. Very good.
She's the one that had the police thing around her ankle, the ankle thing.
I kind of remember who gives a shit. Okay. I don't need to know his girlfriend's friend. Who gives a fuck? All right. So have you ever talked with your girlfriend about not hanging out with this ratchet whippet queen?
No, I think she's pretty nice, you know. I think whippets are just what the kids are doing these days.
When you say the kids, how old is your girlfriend again?
25.
Very good. Very good. Okay. What is she like when she's on the whippets? Does she do anything in particular?
She's like,
Does she ever make that noise when you're inside of her?
Never.
I had a feeling. Ooh, whippet. Ooh, whippet good. All right. I love it. So she does a lot of whippets, a box of empty canisters.
Oh yeah, next to some chicken McNuggets.
Absolute trash.
Hey, what can I say? I love America.
Hans, amazing. Every interview we find out more and more about you. A really good set. Fun times tonight. Hans Kim, everybody.
Thank you, Hans
Kim. Make some fucking noise for Hans Kim, everyone. I pre-pull a name, and I go to the name that we pulled before. This is our first fucking poll of the night, so essentially we meet these people together. Sometimes they've been on before. We're all going to figure it out together. The whole thing's crazy and improvised. You guys ready for it? Make some noise for Camilo D. Camilo or Camilo D.
I think crystal collecting is just rock collecting for bitches. I think tarot cards are just poker night for dumb bitches. I think astrology is stargazing for stupid ass bitches. I don't know if you guys can tell by those jokes, but I'm a virgin. At least I consider myself a virgin because I only fuck with white women. Because I know that as soon as I touch a Latina, she's going to have a litter of 5. And I can't jump another border. Thank you.
Okay, 40 gay seconds from MOD. Unbelievable. Oh, dude, I know what it's like, bro. Trust me, I get it, dude. I get it, bro. It's happened to me a billion times. Oh my God. You go by D because that's what you love? Oh, damn, that was a fucking Freudian slip.
I feel like he just had a nightmare that you've had.
Yeah. You call it a nightmare, that's a wet dream to me. Hey, yo, bitches be stupid. Women retarded. I be fucking dudes, I be women. Fucking shit, man. I fucked up, dude. That's his nightmare when this happened. And you're gonna wake up in the morning like, fuck! You were a fucking goddamn fucking syllable away from survival there. You were a woo away. Woo man. Woo man.
My second language.
Hey, yo, I be fucking dudes.
Oh shit, dude, I fucked up, dude. Dog, I said I was fucking dudes. That's the only part anybody's gonna fucking remember, dog. Yo, I said the fucking astrology stupid. Crystals is stupid. And then I accidentally said I fucked dudes. I fucked up, dog. I fucked up.
Is it Camilo?
Camilo, yeah.
Camilo D. How long have you been on stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. All of it here in Austin?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work?
I'm an electrician.
Electrician? Hell yeah. You ever gone on a call and you go in somebody's place and it's a fucking just dude in his shorts?
It's like, yeah, I need some help over here.
You don't remember me?
Oh, you son of a bitch. I do. I remember it well. I remember it well. It was a magical moment. Put his little rocket in my socket, you know what I mean? The electricity was flowing. Okay, Jesus Christ, Redman.
You don't remember me? Then I saved it, dude. I got the fucking guy. Dude, it was fucking huge, dude. Like, at first, that me being gay was bad, and then I turned it around like I do with dudes. I took the opportunity and I fucked it in the ass.
How old are you, Camilo?
I'm about to turn 26.
26. What do you do for fun in this crazy world when you're not doing
For
stand-up
fun,
comedy?
stand-up, soccer.
Soccer?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Damn, you are gay.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I suck it.
So you like balls on your feet and your hands.
You like them on your face.
Absolutely. I bet when you're hanging out with dudes, it gets a little messy. Soccer reference. Shut up. Relax. All right. What else about you, Camille? What would we be surprised to know about you?
I'm training for the half marathon here in Austin.
You're training for the what?
Half marathon.
Okay. All right. Well,
So I'm running a lot.
drinking half a drink tonight. What the fuck does that mean?
That's what I'm doing
Why
right
are you training for a real marathon? And
now. That's too much.
why don't you just do it and then finish halfway? Just stop. Then burn.
Share time. Let's do it and let's rock this thing. Hello, Ryan. How are you? I'm well, thank God. Excited to be here with you. Most certainly. Yes. Chaim. If you can't do the that vocative in your throat, just Chaim or Haim is fine. Eshed, that's correct. You can call me Rabbi, but it's Moshe. Yeah, but just call me Rabbi. That's fine. I'm based out of Irvine, California. Most certainly, I understand. Uh, if I may ask, generally, how long do you go? Okay, excellent. A- Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. Most certainly. May I ask one more question? Excellent. While I'm doing my introduction, if you don't mind, I would just like to show people how many live streams I have going 24 hours a day. So, what I will do is perhaps you may be able to see it in a moment. I just want to show people when they type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live, this is how many live streams they could see at any given time, 24 hours a day. Would that be okay with you? Excellent. Sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're absolutely right. I am Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for nearly 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. For those of you who are looking to be able to watch along with me 24 hours a day, you can type my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into Chrome or whatever browser you wish, and you'll be able to see my many live streams. All the time, I have up to 25 different live streams from different angles to be able to view my life like a real life Truman Show, which is really exciting. This is more data than any individual has ever archived on the internet. It is essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. And this is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral. And when I do, Ryan, I'd love to make you, your friends, your family, all of your audience financially independent if they're not already. I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. And I want them to be able to give back through charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. This is a project that's much bigger than one individual. I want to give back to everyone who's helped me along the way. I appreciate that. Well, I was very similar to probably most individuals before the pandemic. Uh, Generally, I did not have a social media footprint. I would attend synagogue 3 times a day, walk to shul every Shabbat. Generally, your black hat Jew, Orthodox Jew that people can envision. But it was during the pandemic when my profession, my position as a certified project management professional, went remote, as did many of the classes that I was taking and even services that we had within our synagogue. So around 2020 or so, my life went from never being on camera to being on camera in a very public way, anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day. And I just would say that my anxiety of having my life be transmitted was reduced over an amount of time. And as 2021 continued, I recognized that what I was really doing was creating an archive, but it wasn't necessarily viewable to everyone. And why not make it viewable to everyone? And the way it really got started was after work, because many of my aspects of my job were remote and I didn't have the same type of transportation issues that I would have traveling into Los Angeles every day, especially with the lack of traffic during the pandemic. I was able to play golf in the evenings at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, where I would want to view what my golf swing looked like. And so I would take my phone out and just really, from a primitive standpoint, would just take small videos of myself to improve my golf swing. And I would recognize that sometimes I wouldn't hit the ball the way that I would want. And I'd make little jokes on camera. And I thought, you know what? This is really interesting. I wonder, God willing, I may have a family someday, if they'd be interested in seeing what their dear old dad was doing before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I would upload that data after work every single day. And it was taking me a long time. And I recognized that there just has to be a better way than downloading the information and re-uploading the information to the cloud. And there is, and it's known as streaming. So in fall of 2021, I took the plunge. I created my first YouTube account. And I recognized that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do this better than anybody's ever done it. I don't want to give people one view into my life from one angle. I want to give people as many angles as possible. So I bought more than 33 different devices, everything from laptops and Chromebooks to iPhones and Android devices and tablets, and put them all around myself and essentially created my own version of what many may be familiar with, The Truman Show, and gave people a view into my life, not just in my home, but also when I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere within Southern California, so that people can not only know what's going on in my life, but also 24 hours a day, I keep a radio on in the background that is archiving world history events since the pandemic. So you literally can go to any moment of any day of my life and my streams essentially for the last 5 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I think that's really exciting for historians to be able to study in the future. Moreover, we've seen the birth of AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched formally November 30th, 2022, and I've been able to see its development. I have an entire year of my life of archiving to see what the world was pre-AI, and then ever since, and all of the developments that we've had since. And I know that AI is using the data that I'm creating to study my behavior, to be able to study my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my certainly personality, aging. I think this project is incredibly important for aging, to have a person on camera for such a long amount of time to be able to study just how aging affects the body. And the fact that we have it from so many different views gives people different data points that I really think will be exciting for people to study for generations to come, and for AI to study for generations to come. It started about 2008, and I can say that one of the major developments that happened in my life was the movement of the internet from text, generally during the 90s, and the early 2000s being image based, to moving into video. And documentaries were being posted, and YouTube was in its infancy, and many documentary sites were being available to people previously that you may have had to just get a physical copy of. And I was once a major UFO skeptic. So for anyone out there who hears what I'm saying, I've been there. I've done that. I understand what it's like. Where's the evidence? If aliens were here, I would know about it. Someone would be a whistleblower. I completely understand. The thing that really changed my mind, though, was around 2008, I saw Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project. I'm not sure if you're familiar or your audience is familiar, but this was a press conference that occurred at the National Press Corps in Washington, D.C., May 9th, 2001. And what Dr. Stephen Greer did was he got about a dozen or more different whistleblowers from all aspects of ufology and government and different agencies, people who work for the FAA, people who work for NASA, people from the international community, who all had one communal movement and focus, and that was, we are not alone. And this was different than any documentary that I had seen previously, because usually you have somebody who is in a shadow and they have their voice that's distorted, or at least back then you would, and there was a lot of anonymity, and there wasn't really, you couldn't hold a lot of accountability to these people. But with Dr. Stephen Greer's movement with the Disclosure Project, this was all very different. All of these whistleblowers were vetted. They were, at least from what it seemed, they had the data with them, and they seemed to be speaking in a heartfelt and honest manner. And this really made me reconsider what was going on in our world. And from there, I got more into Bob Lazar, and I got into, certainly as the years would go on, the Tic Tac and the USS Nimitz event that occurred. I started studying Roswell. I started studying even the alien abductee movement, which is a very serious movement, and it's not to be joked about like I would see many times in the media. And I recognized that much of what was going on around me was perhaps even reverse engineered extraterrestrial technology. If anything of Colonel Philip J. Corso, his whistleblowing in the late 90s with his book The Day After Roswell, is to be taken with any credibility. And this made sense to me, that we went from the beginning of the 1900s with the Wright Flyer, basically the Wright brothers, and a fixed wing aircraft, and within 70 years or so, we had the SR-71, and we had people in low Earth orbit. And this was an amazing amount of development that we had seen, and that we hadn't necessarily seen in the centuries beforehand, and it may have been influenced. And so 2008, around that time, was a really influential time for me because I had the opportunity to watch so many documentaries, really because the internet had just increased its speed and the availability of this. And then within the 2010s or so, I became certainly of interested even more, but I was living a more professional job, and you can't talk about these things in public. Certainly, I've worked as an app developer and launched apps in the App Store and Google Play, which fortunately has given me some financial independence to be able to take on this project and then to really do deep dive. So, really, the topics that we're going to talk about today are the development that has taken place since I have had the opportunity to be live streaming my life. But even before then, I certainly had casual interest in that. And prior to 2008, I can say with full honesty that I was wrong, that I hadn't dug into this, and that my skepticism was ungrounded. So I've seen it all. I've seen this, been a skeptic, I've been a casual learner, and now I have some expertise in some of the field. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I have not met him, but I am aware of who he is and have delved into his life probably more than most people. So he is a former Israeli aerospace expert who became internationally known after a December 2020 interview with the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth. Before his UFO statements became famous, he had a long career in the Israeli space and defense programs. He served as the head of Israel's space security program and was involved in the development of Israeli satellite technology. He was recognized as a leading figure in Israel's aerospace community, in Israel's aerospace community, and he received national awards for his contributions, some of which we don't even know necessarily why he received the award. Much of what he has done is still confidential and classified. His statements attracted worldwide attention because he was not presenting himself as a typical UFO witness. Instead, he was a person with decades of experience in military defense and space related fields. In his interview, and specifically, he claimed that there's an existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, that there's government awareness of extraterrestrial phenomena, there's a possible relationship between humanity and advanced civilizations. He discusses humanity's readiness for disclosure and the future evolution of human consciousness. This interview became controversial because it came from someone associated with a government space program rather than a private UFO researcher. To give maybe more an idea to the listeners of where Chaim Eshed ranked within the Israeli defense program, he's a brigadier general, a retired brigadier general, and at any given time, Israel only has essentially 24 or so generals. So this would be someone on par in the United States with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, someone who is very high ranking in the military. And when he made these statements, he was born in 1933. He was 87 years old. And some detractors say that he was pushing a book, which he was. The book was published in November 2020. He did an interview with this newspaper in December 2020, and then he basically disappeared. So it's not as if he went on a huge book tour. It's not as if he really was looking to make money, like some people who may say that he did this for the wrong reasons. It seems as if, and he says this, that I have that my work speaks for itself, that I have essentially had a very lauded career in both the defense system and in the space program, and take my words for what you may. And what he says essentially, and what he claims about extraterrestrial life, is that humanity is not alone in the universe and that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations exist. He argued that the size and age of the universe make it highly possible that intelligent life has developed elsewhere. With billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, Eshed suggests that Earth is unlikely to be the only place where advanced intelligence has emerged. What he says in his interview is that extraterrestrial civilizations have been observing humanity, that some civilizations are far more technologically advanced than humans, that contact between humanity and advanced beings has occurred in some form, and humanity is still developing toward a greater understanding of its place in the universe. His statements connected with a larger philosophical question: if intelligent life exists elsewhere, how will humanity respond? And generally, scientists consider extraterrestrial life possible, and many researchers actively search for evidence through programs such as SETI. However, there, this is the first, at least, major player within the Israeli defense and Israeli space system, space program, who made these types of claims. And what really caught a lot of attention is when he referenced something known as the Galactic Federation. So, if you don't mind, I'll go into that. One of his most discussed claims is this Galactic Federation, which sounds very interesting. It's like a United Nations of space. He described this as a possible association or some type of organization involving advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. According to his statements, the Federation involves cooperation among different intelligent civilizations. There's an exchange of knowledge, there's monitoring and developing civilizations, and there's a cautious approach towards younger civilizations, such as what we have here on Earth. He suggested that humanity has not yet reached the level of maturity required for open interaction with these civilizations. He states that the idea of a galactic federation has existed certainly in science fiction and UFO literature for decades, but the idea that it is a reality, especially from someone so high ranking as Chaim Eshed, was quite unique. And especially within the Israeli space program, which generally is quite a secretive organization. So when he made these statements, it caught the attention of the global press, and he made the interview that he had with this Israeli newspaper occurred in early December 2020, but it happened in Hebrew. And his book is in Hebrew, and it's still to this day only available in Hebrew, which I think is quite unfortunate. I've certainly done my best to translate and be able to read through his statements, and what he says is quite interesting. So if the publisher ever sees this, they need to publish it in other languages so that the information is available to the general public. And the Jerusalem Post, in days after his interview, did have a summary in English, which really caught the attention of many individuals in in global media to be able to share many of his claims. He does make some major claims that the Galactic Federation is actively interacting with the United States government, that Donald Trump knows about this, that there is perhaps a Mars base that is involved that has some type of astronaut program. And many people thought that these claims were quite even bizarre at some points. But the big question was, where's your evidence? Like we always have within this when people make these kinds of claims. And unfortunately, we just have Chaim Eshed's words, but the claims that he made were quite interesting. That's exactly right. And not just the United States and Israel, but potentially the United Kingdom, additionally Japan, China, and potentially um, organ, uh, other countries are involved in this. In terms of another interesting claim that he made is he specifically raised the issue that Donald Trump knows about this. So when these claims were made, it was toward the end of the first Trump administration, and Eshed claimed that the U.S. president was aware of this information. According to the reports that were translated, he stated that Trump had considered revealing the information but was discouraged because humanity was not yet ready. While there's no verified evidence of this, this was quite unique. Whenever any type of information connecting with United States president is made on the topic of ufology, it raises interest. And the fact that perhaps at the time the sitting president and now the sitting president may be aware of much of this knowledge and that we are not alone and isn't making that information public is quite interesting. Now, one interesting thing that I mentioned earlier, he also claims that extraterrestrials have bases and activities specifically connected to Mars. He states that advanced civilizations and humanities, advanced civilizations have perhaps bases on other planets and certainly around the galaxy and in the universe. Some people interpreted his comments connecting the statements with the idea that extraterrestrial activity could exist on or near Mars, including possible underground facilities. But what Chaim Eshed says is that when we do formally, in a public manner, send astronauts to Mars, no, they shouldn't just be studying the physics or the geology, but they should really potentially be looking at this from an archaeological perspective. And he gets into topics such as xenobiology, basically biology of off-world entities, which is quite interesting. He takes a very scientific approach to this. Now, there's other things that he made the claim of regarding consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends, which is along the same lines in many of the metaphysical discussions that happen around certainly consciousness and ufology in general. What he states is that consciousness is part of a universal network, that human awareness is connected to a larger cosmic structure, and death possibly is a transformation rather than a complete ending. And this overlaps with the philosophy of consciousness, many spiritual traditions, and the study of near-death experiences, and just really speculative interpretations of quantum theory. And so he did make those claims as well, which were quite interesting. And many people said, "Hey, where's your evidence for this?" That's always the question that we're asking. And really, the people who support him state, look at his aerospace background, look at his experience with government space programs, look at his knowledge of advanced technology. This position is basically makes his statements worthy of some serious consideration. Now, certainly we have skeptics who say, where's the evidence? Credentials alone do not prove extraordinary statements, and no physical evidence has ever been publicly presented. But as we know, Ryan, in these types of scenarios, anytime anyone has anything physical, they are met perhaps by government or some type of agency that takes them and perhaps makes them sign non-disclosure agreements and all kinds of things that happen. And really, something similar somewhat happened to Chaim Eshed. So do you mind if I go into that? Excellent. So as I said previously, Chaim publishes the book in November 2020. He does this interview in December of 2020, and then he disappears until just recently, which is quite interesting. So what happened to Chaim Eshed? In June of 2026, so just last month, he re-emerges in the UFO or ufology world. He does an interview with many people are skeptical of this person, but a fellow Israeli. Many people may be familiar with Uri Geller. So on June 10th, 2026, Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Eshed, and they addressed the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that they've had thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi-year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And this is quite interesting. Eshed attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment, essentially a Men in Black encounter. He states that these individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. He chose to cease public disclosure on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. And so the interview that they do, which was unique because it's in English, and so for anyone out there who wants to view it, it's available. And another interesting aspect of the discussion that they had is that Jaime Shed doubles down on the fact that he believes there's a galactic federation. He does not retract any of the statements that he made in 2020, and especially with some of the vastness of the claims that he made, it's quite interesting to think that this man now, at approximately 93 years old, still feels he has nothing to lose, and even though he was threatened, perhaps, or at least questioned by these shadowy entities, feels that the information that he presented was important enough to continue the discussion of it more than a half decade later, which is quite interesting. Most certainly, certainly throughout ufology, there's always been the thought that we have predictive programming in our media to make us or make many of us okay, or have some satisfaction that we aren't alone without having one hard disclosure event. This is generally known as soft disclosure, and we've really seen it since 1947, even before Roswell. We have the flying saucer event, and even before then, we have the flying machines of the 1800s or the 19th century. And it seems as if the founding of the CIA in the late 1940s, the founding of the NSA a few years later, may have something to do with this. And basically, the idea that the Central Intelligence Agency may not have been founded perhaps solely for intelligence gathering on foreign countries, is generally its duty, but perhaps to be able to keep the alien and ufology topic a secret, and to make threats against people, and to ensure that information is controlled. But if you were to poll people, certainly, and this has been done over the last 80 or so years since we've had um, the since Roswell. We just celebrated this month the 79th anniversary of Roswell. The general precedent and the general opinion of individuals is that we are not alone, and this information or this opinion has grown in major ways, especially over the course of the last decade. And I think that we have to handle this topic with maturity and recognize that we're not alone. You raise a very interesting point, Ryan. You can't just have a little bit of disclosure. Once the cat is out of the bag, there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. You can't unring the bell or whatever type of poetic statement you want to make, we get into a situation where there's perhaps a threat to the philosophical and sociological aspects of humanity, to certainly the governmental control and politicians, certainly to religious organizations, and some of them, some religious organizations want to reject the idea. Many, though, I think in a positive way, especially within Judaism, are quite positive to the idea and embracing the idea of perhaps disclosure that we may be seeing. At least within Judaism, we don't have one single spokesperson. Generally, people rely on their local Orthodox rabbi within the Orthodox community. And the idea of extraterrestrial life is something that has really been discussed by our sages and by even more recent poseks or our rabbinical leadership. And the central question is, if if we aren't alone, does that necessarily have to change how we act here on Earth? And depending on the individual, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything in the world has to change. People can continue to live their life and recognize that we aren't the top species on the evolutionary chart. We perhaps may be even toward the bottom in the if it's a large enough scale, and that we will continue to be living our life in the ways that we do. And if we choose to embrace this with maturity, we'll be able to have discussions about reverse engineering of some of the technology and perhaps amnesty for whistleblowers. And in my opinion, that's what's happening from a soft disclosure point of view. However, and I'm sure you're familiar and your audience is familiar with the potential of Project Bluebeam. Do you mind if we talk about that? Okay, excellent. Well, just basically, the idea of Project Bluebeam is generally traced to Sergei Manas, who was a Canadian writer who began publishing claims about the alleged project in the early 1990s. And the idea is that perhaps we may have disclosure within a few different stages. There may be a reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs, then perhaps massive visual displays in the sky, perhaps electronic or telepathic style communications, and then eventually perhaps a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation and even a global government. These are claims that have been made, and that would be more hard disclosure that we might be on the doorstep of, perhaps, or the precipice of. So I think there perhaps could be different strategies to the disclosure aspect. There's certainly soft disclosure, which I think is, for anyone who looks at the evidence, is somewhat undeniable that we're seeing. And we may be being led up to some type of hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam or something similar. Absolutely. Well, it's an excellent question. And first and foremost, if we look in the vastness of creation, we see that there are many potential opportunities for the idea of alien life of alien life to exist. And in terms of our creation, especially within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, many people, especially in the modern age, are interpreting much of some aspects of the Bible as perhaps metaphorical. Much of it is seen as truth as well. But generally, for thousands of years, human beings have looked through the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists. And really, with billions of galaxies existing now, and each galaxy containing billions of stars, and many stars having planets, and some planets may possessing conditions suitable for life, this discussion is no longer hypothetical. It becomes a reality. And the central question, and basically, is would discovering intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations challenge Jewish beliefs or just religious beliefs in general, or could it expand humanity's understanding of creation? Generally, with Judaism and our relationship with discovery, we've traditionally engaged with questions about the structure of the universe, the nature of creation, humanity's purpose, the relationship between the physical and spiritual worlds. Judaism is not built around rejecting scientific discovery, and throughout history, many Jewish thinkers have attempted to integrate new understandings of nature and ancient philosophical traditions. The possibility of extraterrestrial life represents another frontier where ancient questions meet modern exploration. Now, we should take this back to creation, the universe as an expression of creation. Judaism begins with the idea that the universe is not random chaos, but is a created reality. The opening of Genesis or Bereshit presents a structured process. Light emerges, the heavens and earth are formed, life develops, humanity appears. Creation is presented as ordered, meaningful, dynamic, expansive. And creation is an ongoing process. Jewish philosophy often views creation not only as a past event, but as an ongoing relationship between existence and its source. The universe continues to reveal complexity, patterns, and mysteries, and scientific discoveries can be viewed as humanity uncovering deeper layers of creation. Now, the universe, in terms of being larger than human understanding, Jewish texts frequently emphasize human limitations when confronting the scale of existence. The universe contains mysteries beyond immediate human comprehension, and the search for knowledge becomes a way of uh, appreciating the complexity of reality. There is a connection to modern cosmology. Modern science reveals a universe far larger than ancient humans could imagine, with cosmic distances, black holes, dark matter, dark energy, galactic evolution, and cosmic history spanning perhaps billions of years. And getting into the size and complexity of the universe, we have to recognize that, uh, at least from a Jewish perspective, we may be small in size, but great in responsibility. Generally, Jewish philosophy emphasizes that the physical size does not determine the importance. A human being may be physically small, but morally significant, and humanity's value comes from consciousness, ethics, responsibility, and the ability to seek knowledge. When we get into the idea more of does Judaism allow for extraterrestrial life, there's no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. Judaism does not contain a central doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. The possibility of life elsewhere can fit within a worldview where the universe contains many forms of creation. There were medieval Jewish thought, and there's medieval Jewish thought in the cosmos. Medieval Jewish philosophers generally lived in eras where cosmology was very different than today, and some explored questions about multiple worlds and celestial claims and the nature of science. But moving into the modern Jewish perspective, many contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological question. And the idea of intelligent beings beyond Earth is something that absolutely could be a reality. And it gets into the question: how would we handle intelligent life from another planet? Um, Many times, especially within Judaism, we connect intelligence with responsibility. A civilization capable of creating technology, making decisions, and understanding consequences may raise questions about moral status. would aliens have their own ethical systems? Is a question that gets raised, or universal values. How does the Jewish ethical framework work in terms of perhaps alien or higher intelligent beings? Do they have awareness? Do they have moral agency? How should humans treat another intelligent species? These are questions that we have. But how would this disclosure, discovering alien civilization, change religious beliefs, is a question that many people have. And the idea is that discovering intelligent life could create questions whether we are still special. Does creation have multiple centers? Or how should humanity understand the relationship with the universe? But what I find to be interesting, or an interesting analogy, is if you are a child and you have if you are the child of a parent, and eventually somehow some way you find out that the parent has another child, that doesn't make one child more important than the another child. They both have their unique importance and they're both special in their own way. And many people interpret perhaps Earth and humanity to be a similar way. Just because there may be intelligent life on other planets does not necessarily mean that what we have here on Earth is not special. It just means that it may not be alone, which is quite interesting. In terms of the idea from Kabbalistic and mystical perspectives on creation, there are many traditions in terms of infinite reality or hidden dimensions, layers of existence, and the idea is that if these aliens can perhaps be travel through wormholes or bend space time, that might be some type of interpretation of um, altered dimensions or other dimensions, and it really just raises many questions that people have. If we aren't alone, how will that affect us on our daily lives? Will we still keep kosher? Will we still have daily services? Uh, what will that mean in terms of our Messiah figure, Mashiach? These are questions that are perhaps for the people of the future to be able to make the final decisions on. But at least from my role as a rabbi, I'm quite progressive. I consider it to be a topic that we should embrace. We should have these discussions. It's very important that we always are looking toward questioning everything. And if we don't, then are we really necessarily doing our part and our role if we are just accepting that which we are given? And so I am someone who feels we should always continue to be questioning things. And if it turns out that we are not alone and this information is made public, not only from a Jewish perspective, but I think from a humanity perspective, we should handle it in a mature way and embrace it. Yes. It's an interesting question. Um, there's nothing that necessarily says that they cannot. Um, there's certainly a process that they could go through, but any being that wishes to go through the process can. It generally involves a 1 to 2 year process. No single person can convert you. It's a based in or house of judgment that does it, who oversees the process. Generally, it would involve majorly three things. It would be Shomer Shabbat, which is essentially respectful of Shabbat. It would be keeping kosher, and it would be respectful of our familial tradition and family purity. But for any being that could do that, then there's nothing that necessarily says that they could not. In terms of creation, though, you raise a really interesting point. Um, and I'm in agreement with you from a alien abductee standpoint and what information has been gathered that they may be the creators, and how does that work within Judaism and just religion in general. Uh, if you look at Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, creation generally takes place in 7 days. And there's been more modern interpretations that perhaps these are not necessarily 7 calendar days, but these could have been different epochs, or perhaps each day is a billion years in creation. It depends on how people want to interpret it. Uh, Really, we see creation as a divine act, and certainly at the center of our belief is the concept that the universe is not accidental or meaningless. Even the opening words of Genesis or Bereshit, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, establish a foundational idea. But it could have been the best way that ancient peoples could have given a start to the modern age, or I shouldn't say the modern age, but uh, the uh, the text, and to just give themselves a origin story. Many people interpret the 6 days of creation not as literal 24-hour periods, but perhaps metaphorical stages of creation, categories of divine activity. And I've even seen that within Orthodox Judaism, less so within the Hasidic world, of which I'm a part, but more so in terms of modern Orthodoxy. And many people even state that the Talmud and classical Jewish commentators frequently explore symbolism and deeper meanings of philosophical interpretations, and perhaps creation isn't necessarily forced into this 6 days and one day of rest. Now, the idea that divine time is not necessarily identical to human time is certainly something, a question that is raised. But there is a crux. What happens when we have a certain group, alien abductees and people who have perhaps been able to interpret the idea that we aren't alone? How does that affect humanity? And at least from my aspect, as not just a religious person, but a scientist, I recognize that Tanakh, our creation story, is a way that ancient peoples were able to give themselves and ourselves an origin story. And perhaps it was divinely inspired, but perhaps the divine inspiration didn't want to give the entire story. Not, I think everyone agrees that not absolutely everything is in our religious books, that some of the information escaped. And perhaps the people then weren't mature enough or understanding enough, didn't have the opportunity or the ability to understand the scientific method and evolution and all of the aspects that may have occurred. And we get into this idea of perhaps panspermia, the scientific hypothesis that life, or the ingredients needed for life, may have been spread through space, and more specifically, which we'll get into, is guided panspermia, which I think is what we're referencing in terms of the alien abductee movement. So at least the idea that life didn't necessarily evolve specifically from Earth like we see in creation is a growing idea, especially within the religious world, and that possible mechanisms, including asteroids, comets, meteorites, cosmic dust, could have brought life onto Earth. That's more known as natural panspermia. And this idea does not necessarily contradict creation, even without extraterrestrial involvement. From an Orthodox Jewish perspective, there isn't a necessary contradiction here. A theological interpretation could be, if life traveled through space, that process itself would still occur within creation, just as gravity, physics, chemistry, biology are mechanisms through which the universe operates. The existence of a natural process does not necessarily remove divine purpose. But then we get into this guided panspermia. So for those listening, guided panspermia generally is the idea, it's a speculative idea, that an intelligent civilization intentionally distributed life throughout the universe. This concept has been discussed by scientists who have proposed that advanced civilizations could have deliberately seeded planets with microorganisms. It raises the questions: could life on Earth have been influenced by another intelligence, or could civilization spread life across a galaxy, or would that make life less natural or more connected? This idea of guided panspermia, I think, can fit within Orthodox Judaism, though. An Orthodox Jewish approach may ask, Does the existence of intermediate intelligence contradict God as a creator? And the answer depends on how creation is understood. Judaism already recognizes that creation operates through intermediaries. Things like examples like humans create, humans build, humans cultivate nature, humans participate in shaping the world. Human creativity does not necessarily replace God's role. Instead, it can be understood as humans participating in creation. And the idea, if God created a universe capable of producing intelligent beings, then those beings could potentially become agents within creation. A civilization spreading life throughout the universe could be viewed as a secondary creative process, a consequence of divine creation, a manifestation of intelligence emerging within the cosmos. The idea, though, that we are not alone is something that certainly can be explored. And if we recognize that there is some evidence, at least from alien abductees and perhaps whistleblowers, that we were seated here, may cause some changes theologically, or at least different interpretations theologically to our creation story. But there isn't a necessary strict a strict contradiction between the idea of the traditional creation story and perhaps panspermia or guided panspermia, especially if you look at the creation story to be more metaphorical or more symbolic. And this gets into what is God. If we were seated here, let's just say, um, who seeded the seeders is a question that arises, and that gets into people's individual beliefs of what is God. And when people ask me this question, I'm asked a lot about it. Generally, from any background of any individual, uh, if I say that I feel that God is energy at the end of the day, that's the best. If I had to describe God in one word, that's the best way I can describe whatever it is. Many people appreciate that honesty, and it allows many people to sleep at night because it's like it's attempting to define something that's perhaps undefinable. And the closest, or one of the closest uh, uh, metaphors that we may have, is just the idea of energy. The way that I describe it, the the event that occurs when you look your child in the eye, or you feel the pride of your family, or the joy that you get out of a loved one, or an accomplishment, or the view of a sunset, or of an animal, or just the beauty of the earth and aesthetics, whatever that is, there's something divine in that. And perhaps it's energy, perhaps it's something more, but as a rabbi and as a human being, the best way that I can describe it as it is really energy. And for people who want to perhaps dissect that, energy works from a secular point of view, and it also works from a religious point of view. And if you really want the true answer, nobody knows. No Jew knows, no Christian knows, no Muslim knows, no one of any of the Eastern religions know. No one really knows. No one really knows anything. So from that perspective, you can't really know anything. So at the end of the day, we all have to be somewhat agnostic, not just to religious ideas, but to all ideas, because these are just subjective interpretations of the information that we are able to process. But at the end of the day, no one truly knows. In summary, the idea that guided panspermia may be a reality, I feel, does not necessarily contradict the creation story, and can certainly, from a metaphorical perspective, be consistent. It most certainly is. It most certainly is. It involves subjective opinions and people's personal views on subjects. I find that the traditional idea of creation worked seemingly seamlessly until the rise of the idea of perhaps a panspermia or guided panspermia, and the questions that were raised, especially during the Enlightenment, about the authorship and certainly the origin of humanity. And we're either going to find it to be the Bible is directly contradicted by an idea of guided panspermia, and if that happens, do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Or there's the idea that these were traditions, and this is the best that ancient people could do, and perhaps it was just one part of the story, and there's more to the story that wasn't shared with those individuals. It can work either way, and I understand what you're saying. There seems to be a contradiction there, and it's a slippery slope if you start interpreting or using metaphors. But if you don't do that, then if you really have this idea that the world is 5,786 years old, and that really contradicts science and in many ways can be seen as irrational. And if people want to live their lives that way, they can. But there is a way to perhaps balance a religious life with a scientific life, and the way to do that is to perhaps look at creation as a metaphorical view. But what you're saying, I completely understand, and is very consistent in many aspects of some Jewish groups. And some people do interpret this. So, specifically, Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6 1 through 4 states, when human beings began to increase on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw the daughters of man were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves from whomever they choose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. And there are, at least within Jewish tradition, several interpretations. There's the angelic interpretation, the falling angels view. This is generally the oldest interpretation, and it appears, as you said, in Second Temple Jewish literature, also within Dead Sea Scrolls tradition. Um, not necessarily part of our canon, but it's within the Book of Enoch and some early rabbinic interpretations, and even some Jewish commentators. According to this view, the sons of God were heavenly beings. They violated the boundary between heaven and earth. Their union with human women produced the Nephilim, described as powerful beings or giants, and their corruption contributed to the moral collapse of what led to the flood. At least within the Book of Enoch, um, the most detailed expansions are within the first book of Enoch. And in this tradition, the angels are called the Watchers. Within this story, there's a group of angels observing humanity. The Watchers become attracted to human women. Their leader, uh, depending on the text of the tradition, often named Azazel or Shemahaza, the angels were teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, including weapons, sorcery, astrology, cosmetics, and manipulation, and secret heavenly knowledge. The result is a world filled with violence and corruption, requiring divine judgment through the flood. Within the rabbinical world, are they angels or are they humans? Judaism does not have a single universal interpretation. View A is that they were angels. Some Jewish sources accepted the angelic reading. The phrase sons of God naturally suggests heavenly beings. Similar language appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible. For instance, I believe, it's in Job 1, first chapter of Job 1:6. The sons of God came to present themselves before Hashem, or before God. There, the phrase clearly refers to heavenly beings. Now, the second view is that they were human rulers or judges, which is an evolving view over the course of the centuries. Other rabbis rejected the idea that angels could have physical relationships with humans. The major concern was angels are spiritual beings and do not have human bodies. This led some commentators to interpret the idea of these beings as being powerful human beings, meaning kings, judges, nobles, rulers, who abused their power by taking women as they pleased. Rashi, who is one of our great sages within Judaism, he explains that the sons of God, or Hashem, are referring to judges and leaders who had authority but corrupted themselves. He follows a more human-centered interpretation. He's a medieval rabbinical source. He states that these individuals were called sons of God because they held positions of power. Their downfall was moral corruption, and the problem was not angels falling from heaven, but humans abusing divine authority. Now, the word Nephilim itself means to fall, which possible meanings include fallen ones, those who cause others to fall, mighty ones, or giants. Within Torah, there are later mentions of the Nephilim again within Numbers. We saw the Nephilim there. This is in Numbers 13, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. This connects them with the extraordinary size and power. Jewish traditions sometimes associate them with ancient giants, warrior clans, or corrupted beings from before the flood. From a Kabbalistic interpretation, at least within a mystical traditions, the story is often understood symbolically. The descent of heavenly beings represents spiritual forces becoming disconnected from their purpose, divine energy entering improper vessels, imbalance between higher and lower worlds. And this lesson is not simply about angels, but about what happens when beings with great power lose moral discipline. From a modern perspective, Jewish scholars and rabbinic scholars approach Bereshit 6 or